And good morning, everybody, and welcome. This is SEC Wraparound, the third week in a row we've got it coming to you. And the second straight week, we are doing it live here on the channel. So that is fun that we've gotten to do it live. And so we've got a pretty good show coming up for you. So got a couple questions like we always do, and then we're going to break down Auburn, UMass, Georgia, UT Martin, and then we're going to preview Alabama and Texas near the end of the show. And then, of course, you got to remember we always do our game picks. So, and of course, later in the show, I will pull up those records, show you how both I and Derek are doing. So, of course, we have a lot to get to. So, Derek, how are you?
Good. Awesome always to be on the show.
All right. So, we've got two questions, and then we'll get into Auburn, UMass. So the first one, and both of them have to do with Alabama. So that'll be so. If you want to guess along while we're watching it, then by all means, you have the right to guess along. So the first one is, who did Bama play in the 1993 Sugar Bowl? So, Derek, do you have anything to add on this?
Not much. I just pretty much forgot the question, so I forgot who won, who they played. So I can't really say much.
Right. So Alabama did end up winning the Sugar Bowl. So that also gives a little bit of a hint, just to kind of give a little bit more to you. Okay. And then our second one was, what was Bama's first bowl game? And of course, you're going to have to go back a long time ago. So, Derek, anything to add on this one?
It was not really one of the small bowl games where, in case you win 6-6 records. Like it was not the Liberty Bowl or the Gator Bowl or something like that.
All right. So, those are our two questions. Who did Bama play in the 93 Sugar Bowl? And then what was Bama's first bowl game? So that's our first two questions on today's show. And we've still got about four more throughout the show. So if you want to, guess along. And then near the end of SEC Wraparound, we will tell these again. And of course, at the end of near the end of College Football Wraparound, the answers will be put. I will give you the answers so that you can look at that and see how you did. So, all right, let's go ahead. Derek, we know that you're an Auburn fan. So, what did you see out of Auburn when they played against UMass last week?
I wasn't able to watch the game, but what I was able to see from the game, recap, I saw that Auburn had a pick six. Auburn, Robbie Ashford got 3 running touchdowns, and Auburn was able to throw the ball decent. So I think Auburn can be pretty decent in the category of defense because you gotta be able to get good pressure on them, and in the offense, it always helps to have a running quarterback where you could run, in case you wanted to do some trick play and have it where the center snapper can snap the ball to either one of them, and they could do either thing, and line them both side by side, and then snap it to one or snap it to the other, and it would be a confusing play for the defense, I would think, for the other team. But also, they. Uh, I wish Auburn would have more trick plays in the books because trick plays you got to have a few of them. They're always fun to have.
Yeah. So I got some stats right here just to give a little idea of how Auburn did the other night. Oh, last week. So they had 27 first downs to UMass's 11. So Auburn on third downs was 6 of 10 to 1 of 9 for UMass. Both teams did not convert on fourth down. Auburn had 492 total yards to UMass's 301. Auburn threw for 230 yards to 161 of UMass. Auburn throwing the football was 14 to 25, so it's an 8 yards, about 8.1 yards per pass to 14 of 24 for UMass, which with 6.7. And then Auburn didn't throw an interception. UMass did. Auburn ran for 289 to 140 of UMass. So, and Auburn ran the ball about 44 times to UMass's 27. And then Auburn had 4 penalties for 40 yards to UMass. They had 9 for 73. Auburn didn't turn the football over. UMass turned it over twice, which was an interception and then a fumble. And then Auburn, and I mean, the game time of possession was pretty even. Auburn had the ball for about 30 minutes and 35 seconds. UMass had it for about 29 minutes and 25 seconds. So that is just some stats. What I see from here is from Auburn, they played a good game. I mean, 59-14, it's a good win. But I will say that, I mean, you're playing UMass and you give up 301 yards. Not exactly the best day on defense, I would say. So, going into today, they've got to play Cal. So, you would think they would want, hopefully they would get better on defense. Of course, that's just one game. First game of the season, there's going to be some things that you see that you're like, okay, we got to fix that, definitely. But it was, overall, besides total yards, other than that, I feel like Auburn controlled the game pretty nicely. And I'm definitely interested to see how they play tonight against Cal. Like, that's the big, that's their first test, I feel like. And
yep.
Depending on how they do against Cal is going to affect how they do in about every game they play, because they've got a bunch of games where they're going to have to play, they're going to have to go 60 minutes and going to have to win maybe not the best of games. So, anything you want to add on that, Derek?
Yeah, Auburn, last year what I saw, Auburn's defense did struggle in the passing game and the run game, but the passing game, you got to stay on it. You can't let one wide receiver get a yard or two ahead of you, because good wide receivers that are a yard or two ahead of you, there's no way you're going to catch them. So you got to have close coverage on every one of them, but you like Auburn on the penalties. I saw that only 4 penalties for 40 yards. That could have been 4 holding penalties. Could have been 1 or 2 passing interference penalties, or it could have been all on offense. So you can't like the penalties parts, they did pretty good, I think, on, because you can't get too many penalties in the game, or you'll blow it.
Yeah, and that's the thing I saw also is that UMass, 9 penalties for 73 yards, that's not going to win a game. Most of the time, unless you're how Alabama played last year and you would have 20 penalties a game and still find a way to win the game, which is ridiculous to think about. Yep. That Alabama could commit that many penalties last year. But that's last year, and looking at this year, Auburn, 4 penalties, not perfect, but not terrible. Of course, they won the battle with the penalties. Of course, didn't commit 9. That'd be, if they would have committed 9 penalties, who knows? That game probably, instead of it being 59-14, it could have been a whole lot closer.
Yeah.
So, all right. Let's go ahead and get our next 2 questions. So, Our first one, you got to go to 2012, so it's not been too long ago. So Auburn trailed for the Alabama. I'm sorry. Alabama trailed for the first time in 2012 for 15 seconds. Who to? So, Derek, anything to add?
It was an SEC team. That's all I gotta say.
And if I had to give anything else out, is that during this, like the early 2010s, this team really gave Alabama some trouble. So that's, I mean, I think that's a pretty fair little hint right there, too. I mean, because this team really did. So, all right. And then our next question is, which Auburn coach had the best win percentage in the 20th century? And this is is there anything you want to add on that, Derek?
Not much, but it has to be a coach that has played in 2 seasons. It can't be a coach that's only was there for a season.
Okay.
And also, it will not be the coach you expect it to be.
All right. So that's our next two questions. Alabama trailed for the first time in 2012 for 15 seconds. Who to? And then which Auburn coach had the best win percentage in the 20th century? So that's your two questions. Well, two of the next two questions. Of course, we've already done two earlier in the show. So, of course, if you want to guess along, by all means, go ahead and guess. And so now let's talk a little bit about Georgia and UT Martin, because Georgia, of course, defending national champions. Of course, it was a lot of people had just wanted to see how Georgia would do. So, Derek, what did you see from Georgia this week?
Pretty much last week, I
Yeah.
pretty much saw that they got started slow. You got to get started fast, but after you get started, you can't stop. In the first half, they didn't do they didn't do so well, but the first half and the second half they did pretty good.
Yeah, and then I was gonna look for us just to get a idea of how they did score. So if I can find it real quick. So, well, okay. Having a little bit of issues trying to find that. But either way, let's just go ahead. So as far as first downs, it was 28-15, Georgia. Third down efficiency, Georgia was 5 for 12. UT Martin 2 for 14. On fourth downs, Georgia didn't attempt one. UT Martin went 1 for 1. Total yards. Now, this is where Georgia really dominated in the game. 559 to 262. Georgia had 400 passing yards to 128 for UT Martin. Rushing yards, 159 for Georgia, 134 for UT Martin. So, again, you can kind of see how Georgia, they did come into the season having a couple of running backs down. And so you can see that they clearly were going to go to the passing game just to open things up. And then, so it made it for where Georgia really played. I mean, they played a good game, and 48-7 against UT Martin, about what you want to do. Okay, I just found it. So first half, they were up 17-0 at halftime, and then into the game 48-7. So, I mean, they put up 31 points in the second half. About how, I mean, as far as turning it on, about how Florida State did. But, of course, if you're Georgia, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people that wanted to see them put up 70, about just like how Oklahoma did. But I don't think, I mean, Georgia still won the game. So, I mean, and they still played a good game. So, I mean, I can't really complain. I mean,
Yeah.
really, like we said, they don't really have a real test until. I mean, South Carolina will be an interesting game, but I mean, it will be interesting because I just don't know if that's going to be like an actual, like, incredible test, like if they were to play Alabama, you know? So, I mean, it will be interesting to see how Georgia does. Anything else, Derek?
Yeah, Georgia, like last year, they were dominating in the run game, pretty sure. Last year, I believe they were predominating in the rush game, and you got to get that rush game going. And on third downs, you can't have you got to make sure you do it, are able to predict, not predict, but get them more instead of being less than half percentage of them.
Yeah. So, it'll be interesting. Of course, one of the big things out of Georgia is that Stetson Bennett left, their quarterback. Interesting to see how Carson Beck will do this season. Of course, didn't look like there was any issues last week, but of course, UT Martin in the first game of the season, of course, can't go off a lot with that. So I mean, we will see. Okay. So now we've got two more questions, our last two questions, and then we will preview Alabama and Texas, and then it'll be time for our game picks. So, our first question I've got here is how many Heisman did Auburn have during the 70s, 80s? So, Derek, is there anything you want to add to that?
It was not zero. That's all I got to say.
All right. So, unlike Alabama during that time frame, Auburn did have Heisman. So, we will see how many that is a little bit later today. And then Pat Dye coached in 3 Sugar Bowls with Auburn. What was his record? Derek, is there anything to add?
Not really, not much. I think one of them was in the 1949. It was in the questions that I sent you, but I forgot to that I looked up, but I did not send them to you. And in case I go look, it would get me out of the app, so I'm not going to go.
Okay. So, that is our next two questions. So, how many Heisman did Auburn have during the 70s and 80s? And then Pat Dye coached in 3 Sugar Bowls with Auburn. What was his record? So, of course, you can guess along, and we will, of course, give those answers a little bit later today. So, now it's time to talk a little bit about the game that could. I mean, let's all be honest about this. This has playoff implications already in week 2. Florida State LSU had playoff implications last week. This week it's Alabama and Texas. Derek, I want you to start. What do you think is going to happen in this game?
I think it's gonna be a really close game. Case Texas can go like match points with Alabama. Also, they have to be able to convert on third downs and not get behind the lines. They don't need to try to. They don't need to get sacks against them. So that's one thing I gotta say.
Yeah, I'll say that the big thing for me is to see like that, like the matchup between you've got Jalen Milrow, the who I think unless he plays a terrible game for Alabama, he's pretty much a starter. I mean, let's be honest about that. Jalen Milrow against Texas defensive line, and I'm interested to see what is this going to look like because I want to see, is it going to be like last year where, I mean, it's more lower scoring. Of course, both, I mean, Alabama just played terrible on offense last season against Texas, let's be honest.
Yeah,
because
they had tons of penalties.
yeah, and it was, if you remember last year, Alabama had to lean on Bryce Young a little bit more than probably what they probably wanted to, because they just didn't have the offense. And Bryce Young still, I mean, had an incredible season, which is crazy to think about. But I feel like for Bama, it's going to be, I mean, you're going to have to run the ball good because that is their, I mean, that's their forte, that they are a run heavy team. And I just think that Bama, they got to play their, what they like to call murder ball, which is just pound it and pound it and pound it. That's what they need to continue doing. If you're Alabama, if you're Texas, the defense has got to show up. And then also, the big thing here, can Quinn Ewers make big plays when they need to make big plays? Because that's going to be the big thing for Texas. Because if Quinn Ewers can make the incredible plays down the field, then Texas has a chance to beat Alabama. Now, I mean, we'll pick this game in just a minute, but I do think Alabama has a slight edge just because, I mean, they are playing at home, and it is Saturday night in Tuscaloosa. So, I mean, anything to add on that, Derek?
Um, I also gotta say that that Texas does not have Bijan Robinson anymore. He went to the NFL draft and now he's playing for the Atlanta Falcons. So Bijan Robinson was a big factor in that game last year against Alabama.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how Texas plays Bama this year without the star running back. So, of course, that is it's a very interesting game, folks, between Bama and Texas. That's tonight at 6 o'clock over on ESPN. So, um, that's if you want to watch the game. Of course, I will be, by then I would have been off for a while because, I mean, I'm doing Nebraska and Colorado today. So, I mean, interesting game there with Alabama and Texas. And it should be very interesting to see who ends up winning that game. So, since we have a little bit of time, Derek, um, let's go ahead and talk about Texas A&M and Miami, because I feel like this is a game that is very interesting. It's coming up, I believe, 2:30 over on ABC, so it'd be an interesting game. What do you see in this game? What are you liking in this game?
I got one question to ask. Is it like Miami Hurricanes, the Hurricanes? Because I
Yes,
think there's like
yes,
two Miamis.
yes.
Okay.
It's Miami, Florida, and not, yeah, Miami of Ohio. Yeah, we wouldn't. Yeah.
So
So
I good.
no, I was gonna let you go ahead.
Okay. So all I gotta say pretty much is Texas has to keep a good defense. And what I saw last year, their offense was pretty bad. So they got up their game in offense. And like I don't know how Texas got started in the top 25 because last year they had a worse they had about the same ranking as Auburn or a worse ranking as Auburn. So I don't know how they got in the top 25, but I would say that it's going to be a close game for them because they're going to have to try to calm down the penalties, not have too many penalties, and not have too much defensive struggles.
Yeah, for A&M, I think the big thing here is that I want to see, just like you said, the offense. That's going to be interesting. But then, if you're looking at it from Miami's point of view, can they, like, is their offensive line going to be able to do, like, hold the offensive line? Like, can the offensive line play good enough to give the quarterback time to make plays? I think both teams are improved in a way. Now A&M is just a question mark. Like this is going to be one of their first tests to see are they really good enough. And then as far as them getting into the rankings, like getting into like I think they're 23 right now. I mean, it's a little confusing to me because I don't know if they're because it I don't have them ranked at all in my rankings. Now, if they were to win this game, there's a potential I could rank them because of what could happen at the bottom of the rankings. But see, it's just an interesting game. Of course, it's interesting to see can Bobby Petrino like is his offense because I mean that was a question mark as far as when Jimbo hired him at A&M. What could Bobby Petrino bring? So it will be interesting to see how A&M does, but we'll just have to see what happens that game. So is there anything else you want to add?
Nope, I think we're ready to get into the game picks.
All right, like he said, we've got some game picks for you. And we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got about 14, it looks like, because it looks like every single SEC team's playing out of conference this week. So, okay. So we've got 14 games to pick, and I'm going to go ahead and show you how we're doing. So I am a perfect 100% on picks. I'm 12-0. Of course, I've had 2 games where Derek's got to pick, and I haven't because, I have broadcasted 2 SEC games, and so he went 13-1 with the picks. So, I'm gonna leave the game picks records up there so that y'all can get an idea of how we're both doing. So, our first game, and this both of us probably will agree on it, but it is Ball State and Georgia. Derek, who is winning this one?
Georgia, I just don't see Ball State beating them, but Georgia needs to get a faster start than they did against UT Martin.
And I feel like there was one thing that was said that I feel like I kind of, in a way, agree with is that, and I can't remember who said it during the week, but they said that Georgia, they didn't start fast because what if, I mean, with them having South Carolina next week, they'll probably get a much quicker start, I think, than what they did against UT Martin. I'm confident that Georgia will probably start pretty fast and if they put up about 63, then that's I feel like they're fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Next one, Eastern Kentucky at Kentucky. Derek.
Kentucky, I just don't see Eastern Kentucky beating them, but Kentucky has to make sure their quarterback does good because they have lost Will Levis to the Titans in the NFL. So.
Yeah, and I have a lot of confidence that Devin Leary will definitely provide. Like he's a great quarterback coming from NC State. Kind of sad to see that the NC State never really did much. So I mean, I guess it is what it is, but we'll see how Kentucky does today. All right. Our next one, Kent State at Arkansas.
I say Arkansas, Kent State. I don't feel that they can beat Arkansas. Arkansas had a really good year last year. They seem to have a great quarterback with them, as in with I forgot his name now.
KJ Jefferson.
Yep, KJ Jefferson. He's an all around quarterback. He's a running quarterback. He's a throwing quarterback. Like you said last week, he's like a Cam Newton 2.0.
Yep. I'm going Arkansas as well. And if I didn't pick, I think I did pick Georgia and Kentucky. So that's just for my side. I completely forgot to pick either way.
Yeah, I think you forgot to pick Kentucky.
Yeah. All right.
That's one.
Austin P at Tennessee.
I just don't feel it. I don't see Austin P beating Tennessee. They're just a small team. They're as small as a pea, in case you want to add a little bit of humor in there. So I
Yep.
say Tennessee.
I'm with you. Tennessee will win this game pretty easy. All right. Our next one is Middle Tennessee at Missouri.
I think Missouri's going to win this one because Missouri had a good year last year. They contested against Georgia, so I believe they can probably beat them this year. Beat them.
Yeah, I'm
Not
going to go.
Georgia, but.
Yeah, I'm going Missouri as well. I think they easily handle Middle Tennessee. So, okay. Our next one, Furman and South Carolina. Now, I will say South Carolina needs to work with their offensive line, of course, because they looked terrible against North Carolina. So, South Carolina and Furman, who are you going with?
I think South Carolina should win this game because I just feel they got the game in the bag.
All right. Now I'm going South Carolina as well. So, our next one is Grambling and LSU.
I think LSU's got that one. I see Grambling win. They're going to be like gambling, running. Like they're going to be whoever's voting for them to win is going to be gambling a lot of money up and losing it probably because I do not see LSU losing this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think LSU wins it pretty big. I feel like they're not too pleased with the loss to Florida State, and they
Yeah.
are definitely looking to go to the college football playoff. So I definitely think LSU will win this one. All right. And now it's the last of the games that are pretty much, we should agree on, that are more cupcake like games.
Yeah.
McNeese and Florida. Where are you going with this one?
Florida. I just don't feel like McNeese can beat them.
I'm going to go Florida as well. Big thing for me, offensive line, just like South Carolina. How can Florida, get better on that offensive line? And if they can play better on that offensive line, then Florida will win this game a lot bigger than if they don't play good on the offensive line. That's just my opinion. So here we go. Vandy and Wake Forest. Now our first game that could be competitive. This is actually starting right now over on ACC Network. So Derek, where are you going on this one?
I gotta say Wake Forest. I don't see Vandy being Forest. Who did Wake Forest play last week?
They played Elon, I believe, and
Uh,
yeah, and they won. It was a closer game than what it probably should have been.
I think Wake Forest is going to win this game because I just don't see Vandy beating Wake Forest.
All right. Our next one is Ole
Wait,
Miss.
you didn't pick. You didn't pick.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm going Vandy, honestly. I think Vandy gets the win here. I think they go on the road at Wake Forest and they come out with the win. I just have this gut feeling. So, hey, there's our first one. We'll see who wins this one because one of us is going to win and one's going to lose in this one. So, be interesting. Ole Miss and Tulane. Now, Ole Miss is going on the road to Tulane, who is probably the best team in the American right now. Of course, they're the defending champs of the American. Of course, they also went to the Cotton Bowl this past year and beat USC in one of the craziest situations because if I believe correctly, it was like 45-30 with like 2 minutes to go. And Tulane
Oh
ended
wow.
up scoring like 16 points in the last 2 minutes to beat USC. So that just kind of shows how bad USC's defense was last year and how it's not really that much better this year already. But of course, it's just their first 2 games. So, Derek, where are you going on this game?
I'm saying Ole Miss. I just don't see Tulane. I don't think Tulane should be even ranked. So,
Yeah.
and Corey Naylor just put Vandy just threw an interception.
Oh boy.
So Vandy better be tightening it up in case they want to win.
Yeah, that not exactly the best way to begin the game. I think I'm going to go Ole Miss as well, but I do feel like this is going to be a closer game than probably what it should be. I think Tulane
Yeah.
will give Ole Miss a little bit of it is at Tulane, so I feel like there's going to Ole Miss will have a run for their money on this game. I think it would be like if I had to choose like a score of the game, I feel like this is an Ole Miss probably I would say 31-27 type game, like a lot
Yeah.
closer than what Ole Miss wants to have, but it's still Ole Miss will win the game. Like I have no doubt Ole Miss will probably win the game. So, okay. Our next one coming up tonight at 6:30 over on the SEC Network, Arizona and Mississippi State. Where are you going on this one?
I say Mississippi State. I feel they're going to be playing pretty good this year because of the loss of Mike Leach. And they're going to be playing as hard as they can and trying to honor his name.
Yeah, I gotta go Mississippi State as well. Arizona will give them a good game. Like, definitely just like, I feel like it will be a incredible game for Mississippi State and it will be a good game for Arizona. But I think it's just, I'll have Mississippi State in this
And
game, but I would say probably I mean, not a, not a not I feel like it's probably like a 30-25 type game. So, okay. And
and Corey Naylor has just said that Vandy game has been delayed and it is a weather delay. So I'm wondering how long that will be.
well, not the first time this season that Vandy's having to deal with a weather delay because during the Hawaii game they had like an hour and a half delay. So yeah, Vandy is no stranger to delays already this season. All right. So we got 3 more games to pick and then it'll be time for college football wraparound. So our first game, so the first of these next 3 is Auburn at Cal. Interesting game. Auburn, just the 7th time in school history having to go out west to play a game. So, Derek, what do you see happening in this one?
I want you to pick first to give me like an idea of what are you picking.
I got to be honest with you. I feel like I'm going to go with Cal. And the only reason why I go with Cal is because I feel like they're playing at home for one. But I do feel like Cal, and I think their quarterback's Ben Finley, who is at NC State, who started before Devin Leary. So yeah, that's a little bit of information there. But see, I just have confidence that Cal just will play an incredible game. And I do think this will be it'll be close, that's for sure. And it is later tonight at 9:30 on ESPN, 9:30 p.m. So it's going to be weird for Auburn
It's going to
playing.
end tomorrow.
For Auburn, yes. For Cal, it'll be probably 11 p.m. over there in
Yeah.
Cal. So, be interesting to see that game. I'm going Cal though.
I gotta say Auburn. I just don't see Auburn losing to Cal. I might regret it, but Cal, I don't think is expecting Auburn to play as good as they might. Because Auburn probably did not show off all their plays in the first game, and they might be trying to come back with some to beat Cal, where people don't like underestimate them.
All right. All right. So we have two more games left. First one being Texas A&M going to Miami. Very interesting game there. Derek, where are you going with this one?
I want to say the same thing I did in the Auburn game. Can you pick first, where I can have more time to think about it?
All right. Um, it's going to be a close game, like I said. But I got to go A&M. I just have this gut feeling like A&M will go to Miami and play a good football game. The only thing that's going to be quite irritating is when you get all the people on in the media coming on and saying that, oh, Texas A&M is going to beat Alabama because they just beat Miami. Yeah, that's what you're fixing to get. Don't be shocked if you get that, but I am going Texas A&M in this game.
Okay, I gotta. This is a hard game for me to pick because I don't know how Texas A&M did last week, and I don't know how Miami last week. So I'm just going to blurt it out. I'm just going to say Texas A&M is going to win. I might regret it.
Well, we have one last game, and this one is Texas and Alabama. Last season, they played in Texas at Austin. Bama came out with the 20-19 win. It was a closer game than what Bama wanted. But you know what? If you remember correctly from last year, I predicted, unlike about a lot of people that I know and a lot of people probably in the media, everybody was thinking Bama should win this one by at least 2 touchdowns. Folks, I said this game's going to be close. Now, why did I say it's close? I thought I thought Texas would be a whole lot better than what they probably were last season. But folks, the point is, I did say Texas would keep it close with Alabama last season. I mean, it came down to the last second. So, I mean, where are you going on this, Derek?
I gotta say Alabama. I'm hoping Texas pulls it out because I just want Texas to win, but I feel like Alabama's gonna win it because it's in Tuscaloosa, and I don't feel they'll put up another 17 penalties again. And that Texas, they lost their star running back, Bijan Robinson. And Bijan Robinson, I think, scored a lot of the touchdowns. So,
All right. And I'm going Alabama as well. I got them as my number one team. I got to roll with them. I mean, that's my thing. I got Bama. They should win it. Close game, though. So, Alabama will win. So, that is our game picks. You see the game records. We will see on next Saturday how they fared. So, Derek, thank you for joining me, and we will be back soon. So, for now, I'm Cooper, and that's Derek, and SEC Wraparound is over, but stay tuned because college football wraparound is coming in just a moment. All right, everybody. Good afternoon. It is college football wraparound right here on Savor Broadcast Network. And let me tell you, what a day we've already started with. SEC wraparound had a lot to talk about. Me and Derek, that went incredibly well. We picked some games there at the end for I think it was the last 20 minutes, it felt like. So, of course, we've got some game picks in. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to break down that Illinois-Kansas game from last night because I thought it would be a close game. It wasn't. And then we're going to preview Vandy and Wake Forest, which is going on right now. So, and then we're going to preview Ole Miss Tulane, preview Texas A&M Miami, and we'll preview Nebraska and Colorado. And then at 10:45, it'll be time to pick some games. Also, in between there at some point, I will announce the game, the questions that me and Derek had from earlier. So that is what you can expect. So, Illinois and Kansas last night. It was a very one-sided game. Kansas, of course. That was something I thought was interesting, is that Kansas just played as good as they did against Illinois. And I'm going to try to pull up some stats. Oh, okay. So Kansas ended up winning 34-23. So Illinois did make it a game near the end, which, to be honest with you, I didn't watch the last portion of the game. So I do apologize for saying that it was not close. But Illinois did make it a game near the end. And I'm trying to pull up the stats real quick just so that we can get an idea of how these teams played. So, of course, at halftime it was 28-7 Kansas, and at the end of the game 34-23 after Illinois scored 16 unanswered. So, if we look at the team stats, and so Kansas had 27 first downs to 19 of Illinois. Third down efficiency, Kansas 9 of 13 to 4 of 10 of Illinois. Fourth downs, Illinois went 1 for 2, and Kansas 0 for 1. Total yards, Kansas 539 to 341 of Illinois. And it came, the big disparity was rushing. Kansas 262 to 139, but the passing was 277 to 202. Kansas. So very one side. For the most part, it was one-sided until you got to the second half, and Illinois scored 16 unanswered to claw their way back, but it wasn't enough. And Jalen Daniels is a guy to watch out for because from watching last night, the little I did see of the game, Jalen Daniels had a great game. He has an ability to make plays that is quite incredible. And I think he's a great quarterback for Kansas. Kansas, of course, it's just the first two games. It'll be interesting to see how they do the whole season, of course, going up against Big 12 competition. But this is a good sign if you are a Kansas fan, because they do have a very interesting, they got an interesting team. And I think that Kansas is going to be here for a while. And Jalen Daniels, great quarterback. Great. Okay. So Vandy and Wake Forest is currently going, they're in a weather delay, last I knew, from our chat. Let me real quickly get you, just see how it's going so far. But no score. They're in the weather delay. And so Wake Forest is missing some players. And so that's kind of a big deal. So let me real quick. because Vandy did throw an interception, and so that was interesting. So far, not a lot of plays so far. AJ Swan 1 for 2, 3 yards, interception. The rushing game for Vandy, they had 1 carry for 3 yards. And then for Wake Forest, their quarterback Griffiths 0 for 1 for no yards, of course. And then their rushing game 1 carry, 4 yards. So they're currently in a delay. Now I did pick Vandy to win earlier, and it'll be interesting to see because they've already gone through the weather delay earlier this season when they play Hawaii. So it'll be interesting to see how they end up doing here a little bit later. So I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think both teams are going to be run game, see how they do. And if both teams don't do well on the run game, then I don't know how that will be overall. So whoever can run it more, like whoever can run it better, I feel like will win the game. So that is just how I believe for Vandy and Wake Forest. So now let's talk about Ole Miss and Tulane. This game is an interesting game because of course Tulane, like I said earlier, is coming into being, I mean, they are the best team in the American right now after the departure of Cincinnati, UCF, and Houston. And SMU's leaving next year. So Tulane is definitely the best team in the American right now. And I will say they are hosting Ole Miss today. So that's an interesting matchup there between Ole Miss and Tulane. And I think it's going to depend on how can Ole Miss do going on the road. And I mean, I did pick Ole Miss to win because I think they are the better team. But it will be interesting. Can Tulane stay with Ole Miss? Now, if I believe correctly, I think Tulane did lose their, I think it's their running back to the NFL. So that is interesting to see how can they do without their star running back. But just an interesting game between Ole Miss and Tulane. I have a lot of faith that Lane Kiffin, he's a great coach. I think he will have a great game plan prepared for Ole Miss. So, overall, I think this will be a very interesting game. It's going to come down to, I think, who will run the ball better, just like Vandy Wake. You know, whoever runs the football better, I think, wins this game overall. And so that's just what I see from this one. A&M and Miami. What do I see from it? I will say, I think that for both teams, it's going to be interesting. Again, run game. I think run game's big for a lot of these teams. And, depending on how they do play with the run game is going to be big. I'm interested to see what the offense looks like from Bobby Petrino. I mean, that is just an interesting hire. I mean, one that everybody has been talking about. But, I mean, it is true. Like, that is a very interesting hire for Jimbo Fisher getting Bobby Petrino. And then Miami's offensive line, is Miami's offensive line, are they good enough to just, protect the quarterback against that A&M defense? That's going to be very interesting. And although A&M had a bad record last season, I will say A&M's defense is not, I feel like they're going to be fine. So it will be interesting to see how this one goes, but we'll see. We will see. Okay. So we still got a little while, and we have about 20 minutes until the game picks. I've got one more preview, and then if anybody wants to ask me some questions in the chat, then I may or may not take anything, just depending on what it may be. So we'll just play it by ear on that. No, we'll just kind of, may or may not. Either way, um, let's talk about Nebraska Colorado game. And that's coming up here a little bit later today. And Colorado, of course, is the team that everybody already expects to be incredible. Everybody just is going nuts because Colorado beat TCU, folks. They beat TCU. And everybody's already like, oh, Colorado's this good team. I mean, come on. Come on now. Colorado hasn't beat nobody. And I mean, TCU did go to the championship last season, but be honest with yourselves. TCU hasn't really. They didn't. They had every game they played. They had to go to the last second. They had to win in the last second. That's not winning football. Okay. They got lucky. Okay. They were not better than a lot of teams. Look, you could have put Alabama in there. You could have put Tennessee in there. You could have probably put Clemson in there, and they would have played better. Okay? That's just my opinion because TCU was not good enough to go to the playoff. I knew that going into it, that TCU would not win the championship. Now, how in the world did they even beat how in the world did they even beat Michigan in the semifinal? That's a good question. Like, I don't know how that even happened because that's just crazy to think about. Michigan actually got beat to TCU during the playoff, but it's just, I mean, I don't know. Very interesting. But Colorado, of course, played great offense last week. Defense, that was like nowhere to be found. So here's the thing. Can Colorado play good enough? Can they play good enough defense to hold that offense of Nebraska in check? Now, Nebraska's offense didn't play good at all last week because they played against Minnesota, and Jeff Sims threw 3 interceptions, which is not winning football. But, it is interesting. I mean, I do have a feeling that Nebraska's offense will play better this week. I don't see them playing too poorly again. So it'll be interesting, but I can't pick the game because I'm going to be calling it coming up at 11 a.m. But it will be interesting to see how Nebraska and Colorado goes. But really, just like I said, big thing here is that Nebraska, how's their offense going to go against that defense of Colorado? Which one's going to have the upper hand? Because both didn't play that great last week. So let's go to commercial break, and then I will be right back. All right, everybody. Welcome back to College Football Wraparound here on Saber Broadcast Network. So, we've gotten to talk about a couple of things here so far, and now, let's talk about this Alabama-Texas game coming up later tonight. That's the big game, and what can you expect from this? Now, if you remember last year, it was a game where both Alabama and Texas, low scoring game. And really, you got to question because Alabama's offense didn't play good that last year. And the big thing here was that Texas, like, if Quinn Ewers doesn't get hurt, does Texas win the game? Like, that's a good question. And really, if you go back to 2009, the previous time they had played each other, Colt McCoy, the starting quarterback, got hurt. Does Texas win the national championship if Colt McCoy doesn't play? But you can't really go back and look at that and really, play the what ifs. I mean, you got to take it at face value for what happened. And really, Alabama, I mean, they won both games, but are they going to win again today? It'll be something to see. I think Bama. I mean, I did pick Alabama during the SEC wraparound, so it will be interesting to see. I got Bama, and I think that it will be interesting to see how they do. And really, it's going to be, can Jalen Milroe play good enough against that defense of Texas? And is Texas, really, I think the thing is, if Texas can keep it close, which I think they can, then I think that shows that they'll pretty much be back, because I think this is I think this is Texas' season to be back, and how fitting it is to be in the last season of them being in the Big 12, and them and Oklahoma are probably the two best teams in the conference. I mean, both of them are leaving for the SEC, and both of them are probably the two best teams in the Big 12 right now. So, it'll be interesting to see how both teams do tonight. And I do think it'll be interesting, just Alabama's defense. How do they do against Quinn Ewers and that Texas offense? That is an interesting factor right there to see what could happen there. So, a lot to get to. And so, just an interesting game with Alabama and Texas. So, let me, real quick, let's go to another commercial break, and then I'll be back, and we will discuss more college football. Be back in just a second. All right, welcome back to Saber Broadcast Network. It's college football wraparound right here on Saber Broadcast Network. And so, real quickly, I'm going to go ahead and give you the answers to the questions. So, if you were wondering what the answers were, they're coming. So, let me go ahead and tell them. So, the first question that we had today was, who did Bama play in the 93 Sugar Bowl? And Alabama did win that game, and that did give Gene Stallings his only championship with Alabama, and that would have been Miami of Florida. So that is the Gene Stallings' only championship with Alabama. They beat Miami. So that is the first one. What was Bama's first bowl game? Now, this comes from 1925, and it was the Rose Bowl. So Bama played their first bowl game and probably the biggest bowl game there is. So, next one. Alabama trailed for the first time in 2012 for 15 seconds. Who was it to? Ole Miss. Now, the hint I did give earlier was that this team did give Alabama trouble in the 2010s. That is true because Ole Miss did beat Bama twice in a row while Hugh Freeze was head coach. So Ole Miss did give Bama some trouble during the 2010s. So, which Auburn coach had the best win percentage in the 20th century? That was Terry Bowden. So that was something I was shocked about. And then how many Heisman did Auburn have during the 70s and 80s? They had 2 Heisman. So interesting right there. And then last one, Pat Dye coached in 3 Sugar Bowls with Auburn. What was his record? 1-1-1. And so that is our questions. So Colton and Jack will be joining me here in just a moment. So I want to go ahead when they come on, once they are ready, to let put the records on there. So they are getting set. So when they are ready, they will be on. So of course, a big day in college football. And I am giving a little bit more time to do the game picks because I do have 2 guest pickers this week. So, I mean, kind of do want to give them a little bit more time to get the picks in. Excuse me right there. Had to sneeze. So it looks like they are ready to come on. So here they are. Colton and Jack is joining me. How are y'all?
Hey, Cooper, how you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Of course, we have a big college football day coming up. So, what have y'all? Okay, so have y'all been watching any of the Vandy game? And then what was are they still in weather delay?
I hadn't checked on it in a few minutes. Cody, have you checked on them?
I haven't. I just woke up.
Well, we don't have TV on here to see, so I don't know. Our other producer probably would know.
Okay. Well, that's fine. So we got about 7 games, so I want to give y'all enough time to be able to come on and pick the games just because, just to give some time. So the first one.
Records.
Oh, y'all's records. I forgot that. Sorry about that.
Come on, loser. Give me on my record. There we go.
There you go. I'm going to leave them up while we're doing our picks. So I'm 11-6. Jack, you are 15-3, and Colton is 0-3 because Colton came on. I think it was a Wednesday night that he came on.
You gave me terrible games.
But you picked terrible too.
It's terrible games, and you only gave me one. You only gave me 3 games to pick.
God, you listen to Cooper too much. I picked terrible.
You had like 9 games both times. I had only 3 games, and they were all close games.
Oh, boo hoo!
Okay,
pick winners. Oh, you lovable loser.
We've lost the same amount of games.
Yes, and you lost as many as I have, but I picked 15 winners.
Okay,
So
there we go.
Our first one is Auburn at Cal. Whoever wants to go first, they can tell who's going to win this game.
Loser.
Well, I'm gonna take a loss from this one. I'm picking Cal. I don't like Auburn.
Okay, Colton?
I don't care if I lose this one. I'm picking Cal.
Plus, I had to pick Cal because your favorite player was from Cal, Aaron Rodgers.
Ooh.
And And don't forget, Marshawn Lynch. I'm only here so I don't get fined. He also played at Cal.
Okay. For those
Burn.
watching, my favorite player is not Aaron Rodgers. He already left the Packers, so I don't care
Oh,
about Aaron
he's
Rodgers
right.
no
He's
more.
right.
But
He's right. Bo Nix.
Oh, Nix.
Yeah,
but
Cam Newton.
go
Cam
like
Newton.
I did during SEC wraparound. I picked Cal to win the game, so I don't know if that
Copycat.
spells disaster for the three of us because I know sometimes when all three people pick the same team, sometimes that spells disaster for.
I picked Cal, so I don't have the curse of picking Auburn.
Good job.
Okay.
we're not
Next
partial.
one. Next one. The game is currently in weather delay, but just want to go ahead and pick it anyway. Vandy and Wake Forest.
Go ahead, Coach. You can go first on
Me?
this one.
I got Vandy here. Clark Lee's a pretty good coach. I think he's kind of turned it around. And you got to pick the ACC team.
Well,
knowledge.
okay, you can't say you picked the SEC team. You just picked against Auburn. But I agree with you. I think Cartley is a good coach. I think he's done a good job with Vandy. But let's not forget, Wake Forest just lost Sam Hartman. And I think you see right here, Vandy. We're going Vandy.
Yeah, I picked Vandy during SEC wraparound, so I'm going Vandy again. Just also, they did announce that Wake Forest has a couple of guys out today. So, and I think it's their running back Ellison, and I can't remember who else was. So that could be big losses right there for Wake Forest.
I also an ad. I picked against Auburn because I disowned them from the SEC. Just so you know.
How do you? Okay, let me ask you this then. How do you disown them from the SEC?
Because I don't like them.
Well, we got to add Oklahoma, remember?
Yeah, Oklahoma has to fit in somehow.
Yeah.
We got to get rid of the hated team.
Well, we better not come in.
Anyway, next question.
Okay. The next one, we've got Appalachian State and North Carolina. And this one was interesting last year because it was played at Appalachian State. It came down to did they go to overtime?
I think they did. Yes, they did. Because if I'm not mistaken, App State missed a 2-point conversion, would have won it because they fumbled the ball around. But I heard last night or the other day that they set a record of scoring 62 points in just the fourth quarter. So combined. So people understand it's combined. But that being said, it was a great game last year. It was at Boone. But this year's in Carolina. Well, they're both in Carolina. It's North Carolina's home game. I'm going North Carolina. I think they may be for real.
Okay, Colton?
I'm going with North Carolina. I've watched football long enough. I know not to bet against Mac Brown too much. So.
Was he playing Alabama?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got to go North Carolina as well. I mean, they just – yeah.
I think
copycat much.
That's why he won so here.
Here's the thing, though. After Drake May, the way he played last week, I mean, he definitely is a Heisman contending quarterback, and he's incredible to watch. So
you're just copying us, and you probably just Googled that.
No, let's don't do Google. He's probably just listening to us and go, "Oh, it sounds good. Let's pick the same they do it."
Yeah. Next question, please, and don't copy us this time.
Yeah.
All right. Ole Miss and Tulane. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and pick this so that y'all don't accuse me of copying.
You're going to accuse us of
copying? I've got Ole Miss in this game. So
I got Ole Miss as well.
Well, I think it's upset alert, but I'm going to upset. I'm going to take Tulane in this one. You know, I like Lane Kiffin. I think Ole Miss will win. Ultimately, I think Ole Miss will win, but as for picking these games, I'm going Tulane with upset.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can't accuse me of copying either one.
That's a terrible pick.
Yeah, as picking Cal to beat Auburn.
Well, that one's fair. Auburn always loses good games. Good, easy games.
Oh, goodness.
Well, the body clock will probably kill them. That's a joke. I'll have to explain that to you later. But when Stanford came to, I think it was Vandy years ago, and got beat, they claimed their body clock because it was changing time zones and stuff, messed them up. So Auburn going to California, maybe the body clock could be messed up.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, well, it's all right, Derek.
Oh boy. Okay.
Derek, probably past your bedtime to watch them.
Either way, Texas A&M and Miami is the next one. Very interesting game here. What do y'all think?
You want me to go first?
Who's playing?
Texas A&M and Miami, Florida.
That's a hard one.
That's what Derek said a while ago, but it's not hard. You go with the best coach. Bobby Petrino's offensive coordinator at Texas A&M. We'll find out how good he really is. He's a very good offensive coordinator. Texas A&M wins this game easily.
Colton.
I'll agree with him and say Texas A&M just because I haven't seen Miami play good in like 3 years. So,
And just like I did on SEC wraparound, I'm picking Texas A&M to win the game. So
copycat.
Again.
Get your own
just
pick,
pick
dude.
first. I'm just gonna have to pick first.
Why don't you
Or just don't pick it all. You're the host.
just put them out there? That way you can't say we
Yeah.
copied you.
Just print it out and put it on the wall behind you.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Actually, I've got one here that I cannot pick because I'm calling it in a few minutes. Nebraska and Colorado. What do y'all think?
You want me to go first again?
I got Nebraska. I don't think. I mean, I don't want to pick against a team with as much momentum as Colorado, but I feel like they need to humble them somehow because after one win, they've acted like they won the national championship. And so I feel like Matt Rule should just humble them.
Is he going to rule over them?
Oh, yeah.
Bad joke.
That is a terrible joke.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm going to root for Nebraska. I've rooted for them for the last several years, but they seem to just mess up. Let me use that word. Mess up the game. I'm going Colorado at home.
Ooh, that is.
I'm mad at you now.
Well, good.
I'm scooting up.
Oh
I'll
boy.
stay back.
So my analysts are split on this one. Very interesting. Okay.
Just look at the records.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've got one more on here, but is there any other games? Because I know Texas and Alabama is what I'm fixing to say. But then, is there any other games that y'all see that would be interesting that y'all would want to pick?
I don't know, Coach. Do you see any more? Who's Oklahoma playing? I honestly don't even know who they're playing
I
this
have
week.
no idea.
I wanna say
SMU.
they were
SMU?
Oh, well,
We can pick
okay.
that one.
That's not a bad one. I mean, I see hate to see Oklahoma get beat, but
Oklahoma,
they
73-0 again.
no, I don't see that. I think there would be a lot closer to 70 points,
No.
but yeah, Oklahoma should win.
63-0.
Okay, last week was a warm up game for Oklahoma. This week could be a little more of a test, so we'll know more about them. Maybe their backup quarterback could play a little bit.
General Booty.
Yeah, Corey's favorite.
I love General
But I'm
Booty.
going Oklahoma.
Okay.
Now, who's came off from interrupt? Now I missed the schedule. Who's Texas Tech playing this week? They have a pretty good game.
Oregon.
Don't they?
Oregon.
Oregon. Now, what do you think about that one?
Interesting for sure. Texas Tech lost to Wyoming last week, which is a very interesting week 1 loss. So, but I still feel like they're playing at home. They're pretty irritated with themselves to put it nicely, about how they feel about themselves, Texas Tech. And then Oregon, I feel like comes in with a lot of momentum after a 81-7 win over Portland State. So honestly, I gotta take Texas Tech in this game. I just feel like Texas Tech will go home and just beat the mess out of Oregon for some reason.
Oregon?
Oregon, not Oregon.
Wait a second.
State.
What did you just say?
They picked Texas Tech to beat Oregon.
Are you okay? Do I need to come in there and give you some kind of like medicine or something?
He needs a shot of
I'm sorry.
reality.
Oregon will win, Cooper.
Yeah,
Oregon.
I agree. Me and Colton are agreeing on this one. It is Oregon.
For someone who hosts a college football show, you should know way
Colton.
more about college football.
Colton, be nice.
Don't have to be nice. I'm a guest. I can be mean. It's okay.
Hey, I mean,
I'm gonna have to talk
if I
about
was looking
producer.
at the Oklahoma SMU game, I was going Oklahoma on it too. So I mean,
Copycat. You're just copying us.
You're trying to be nice to Colton
You're
now.
just scared of me.
But I will say, I do think Texas Tech and the Oregon will be a good game, but it's got to
No,
be
it
Oregon.
won't.
Oh, what do you know?
What do you know?
Look at the records. It shows no more. You like at least pick a
I
winner,
picked 3 incredibly hard games.
and you incredibly lost all 3 of them.
You picked
I pick what
18 incredibly easy games.
I pick what Cooper gives me.
Cooper, get harder games for him and easier games for me,
We
please.
just took
The
one.
week 2, there's still like not a lot of hard games yet. So,
All right, next question, please.
Oh.
Let's see. So let me get one more, and then we'll pick Alabama and Texas because that's a big game. But let me get one more before that. And so it may take me just a minute. But do y'all know of any other big game that I haven't mentioned?
I do not.
I don't know, Cooper. I was trying to think. Well, yeah. You missed a good one. What about Notre Dame and NC State?
Oh,
Ooh.
that is,
At NC State.
that's interesting
Be Notre
because
Dame's first real road game.
yeah, I think NC State. I will say it's a
Yeah.
good battle of the quarterbacks. To be honest with you, because you've got Sam Hartman at Notre Dame, and then a guy Brennan Armstrong. He was at Virginia last year. I feel like it's a good quarterback. He just, of course, being at Virginia last year, he's just playing at a terrible team. So it's interesting. I think it'd be an interesting game between the two, but I got to go Notre Dame on this one. After what I saw, how they played against Navy and just how good I think Sam Hartman is, I think Notre Dame wins it.
Okay.
So, no, we're picking these games too. You count them on our records?
Yes.
Well, I hate to see you keep losing, but I'm going, I wouldn't say really upset. NC State's usually pretty good. They're playing at home. But now Sam Hartman has played this stadium before. But Notre Dame, I'm afraid they may be looking toward the Ohio State game a couple weeks. I'm going NC State.
Ooh.
All right,
Colton?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I
Don't care.
hate Notre Dame,
Me too.
but I'm picking Notre Dame because I want to not go 0-3 again, and I want to prove this man wrong and humble him because he needs to be humble.
You talking to Cooper?
And I'm talking about this a little
Yeah,
bit.
whatever.
Yeah, let's go to Notre Dame.
Get a haircut.
Get a life.
I got
Oh
one.
boy.
Okay, let's talk about Texas and Alabama.
Yeah, we're gonna go Texas, Alabama, and so of course, just to give some detail because I've mentioned it a couple times already today, but this is a game between that. I mean, last year the game it was a close one, 20-19. Alabama ended up winning, and so this will be a really good one. So,
Cooper.
He's not listening to you.
Cooper, listen, you brought us on here to pick games. Let's pick the game. I'm going Alabama. This is the easiest game ever. Texas sucks.
Well, you know what?
Everyone knows it. They just need to hear it.
I guess we're all copying each other again. So I'm going Alabama, but I don't think this game's going to be as close.
It's not close at
as
all.
These so-called experts think it's going to be a close game. I think Bama wins by double digits.
No, Bama wins by like quadruple digits. This is 750 to nothing.
It's only possible.
It is possible.
But you're right though, Cooper. This is probably Nebraska, Colorado going to get a lot of media attention, but this one here, they already said it's packed with people Tuscaloosa. It's insane what they're talking, but I see Bama. I see Bama win this by double digits easily.
I mean, Texas doesn't even have a half decent quarterback on the roster completely.
No, they ain't got no good quarterback, do they?
Their quarterbacks are terrible. He's just retired.
He got his haircut. That's the problem.
Yeah. It's not like they have any like NFL legends kids.
Yeah, he didn't play last week.
Yeah.
Well,
you got Cooper.
I'm going Alabama. I disagree. I think the game will be close because I think if last year's any indication of how it could be, I think it will be close again.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing that this would be a double-digit win for either side. I just think Alabama will win this. I mean, if I had to pick a score, it'd probably be like, it would probably be like 34-28, something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, you chopped me up there for a minute, Cooper. I just
Yeah, your picks were incredibly bad. I almost fell asleep.
it's all right. You do get, at least you get some winners out there.
Maybe 2 or 3.
He did pick Bama.
Hey, I mean, it's your fault for bringing us on here to make you look bad. But
You got to
learn.
start it.
Yeah, maybe you'll learn from your mistakes.
We'll try to teach you something.
Yeah, we're here to help you.
When we go off this stream later tonight, we'll need to have another business meeting between all of us.
Yes.
Discuss stuff.
Okay.
Discuss how you pick your wins and losers.
You are a loser.
Yeah, Colton. But it should be a good football Saturday, Cooper.
Yeah, it really should. I just hate that. I mean, I not hate that I'll miss some of it because I mean I've got a really fun thing coming up later tonight to go to. So I mean, you know,
you're not gonna miss anything. Just a blowout.
Don't worry, I'll watch it for you.
Yeah.
Since I missed it last year.
I'll eat some popcorn. Watch it.
Oh, you're watching Ole Miss? Get your popcorn ready?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was about to say.
Totally.
So what time does Oklahoma play?
Yeah, Cooper, what time does Oklahoma play?
I thought I asked Oklahoma fan.
I just woke up.
Go on the chat, ask Corey. He would know.
Corey, what time does Oklahoma play?
He ain't so maybe busy.
I don't care. He's never too busy for me.
Either way, Cooper, I hope you have a good broadcast. I got to go.
All right. Well, that is our game picks. You see the records on there. So, thank you, Colton and Jack, for coming on. And we will.
It was fun.
And we will, of course, next Saturday look at it and see how it goes. So,
all right. See ya.
Goodbye. All right. So, with that, that is college football wraparound. Now, I'm going to go to commercial break, and then we'll be back at about 11 o'clock to get you ready for today's game, Nebraska and Colorado. So let's go to break. Good afternoon and welcome to college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. I just had to take a quick little break from my pregame coverage and just take a break for a minute. Great intro music, folks. Just great music right here. And what a game. Nebraska and Colorado. This is going to be fun, folks, because this is a game that you have the hype from Colorado getting that win against TCU a week ago. And then you got Nebraska here. It's a very interesting game coming up. You know what? The one thing I forgot to do here is add in the records. So there is your records. Great intro music, folks. And there is, and I'm just really looking at first time putting the records up there for you. Great intro music. So we are about ready to go in Boulder, Colorado. This is going to be fun. Dion and his Colorado Buffaloes. Of course, we're going to have a trivia question at the end. So, of course, I will had a lot of good information sent here from Jack, so that was helpful. He had a lot of great information between these two teams. So, I will get one of these put in here. All right, we are ready for kickoff. And looks like Nebraska's getting the football first. So here we go. I got my trivia question ready for you for a little bit. So college football on Saber Broadcast Network, week 2, the only game I'm doing this week. And it is time to kick the ball off, and there it goes. And Nebraska starts with the football. They have a chance to return this. And a good return going to about the 27-yard line is Ramir Johnson. So here we go. It is Jeff Sims and this Nebraska offense. Let's see what they can do here early against Colorado. Last week, he ran 19 times. So as far as he threw the ball 19 times, ran the ball 19 times for a total of 205 yards. So it could be a little bit better. So, of course, a lot of momentum now for Colorado, of course, because of their big win against TCU last week. So there is the handoff right there, and that's Gabe Irvin Jr., the running back for Nebraska. So starting on the offensive lines, Turner Corcoran, Ethan Piper, Ben Scott, Noradin Nuili, and Bryce Benhart. That is the offensive line for Nebraska. Gabe Irvin Jr. is at running back, Billy Kemp, Alex Bullock, Thomas Fidone. They are the receiver, and then Nate Borkercher. They are receivers and tight ends for them. And of course, Jeff Sims is the quarterback. So here is Jeff Sims, option style play, and he just gets to about the line of scrimmage, and then he's taken down. That right there, great play. And, of course, on that defensive line for Colorado is Derek McLendon, Shane Cokes, and Leonard Payne Jr. And then Kiari Mans, Isaiah Jota, and Marvin Ham II. Travis Hunter Trevor Woods, Cameron Silman Craig, Shiloh Sanders, and Omarion Cooper is their defense right there. So here we go. 3rd and 6 here for Nebraska, I mean. Here's the snap. Jeff Sims looking. Now throwing over the middle, and it's caught. That right there is Nate Borkircher for the first down for Nebraska. And what you're seeing right here is he just finds a lane down the middle, and Jeff Sims, great pass, great way to just get the football to him. And now it is first down for Nebraska. So here we go. Jeff Sims is going to be under center. He's got his running back behind him. That's Ramir Johnson. It'll be a handoff to Ramir Johnson, who will get probably just back to about the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 2nd and 10 now for Nebraska. So Colorado, their defense is looking okay so far. Of course, they gave up the big play on 3rd and 6. So let's see if they can get a stop here. So here we go. Jeff Sims got his running back. It looks like Ramir Johnson to his left. Then he's got 4 wide. So here we go. Jeff Sims looking, now throwing. That's caught. His receiver makes a move. That is right there. Number 1, Billy Kemp, the 4th. Great play. And another Nebraska first down. So Nebraska already making some great plays here early. And just a little slot play right here by Billy Kemp. And he just breaks a couple tackles and just makes a great play. First down, Nebraska. So here we go. 1st and 10 right here for Nebraska from about the 31-yard line. Jeff Sims, handoff, and that is going behind the line of scrimmage right there. That was Gabe Irvin Jr. And it's Dominic right there. And to be more specific, that is Jordan Dominic with the takedown right there. And earlier on the other play, that was Taj Alston who got the other play a minute ago. So that was my bad for missing that. But we got a 2nd and 11 right now here for Colorado's defense, Nebraska's offense, and it looks like we got a timeout. So we have a stoppage in play here early. And so we will see what that stoppage is. But for right now, let's go to commercial with the national broadcast. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. National broadcast still at commercial. And so, really, so far, Nebraska is just being able to basically do what they want here early, from what I've seen. Just if you're Colorado's defense, this is kind of what we thought after watching the TCU game, where just kind of poor defense, to be honest with you. And that's what I was waiting to see. How would Nebraska's offense respond so far here early? I mean, so far so good if you're Nebraska. So, and really for the last few years, the thing has been they have been close with with these teams. But the big thing is here, can they, in the last few, like in the fourth quarter, are they able to hold on? Like that's going to be the big thing here today, because we never know whether or not they can actually hold on. So, I mean, we'll just see how this goes. But we got number 22, Nebraska, Colorado. I mean, that's something else I forgot to mention. Here we go. Here's the run play. The handoff to Gabe Irvin, and he will get back. That'll be about 3rd and 10 right there for Nebraska. So, of course, I forgot to put the rank on there, what Colorado's rank was. So I apologize for that. Did the same on the thumbnail. But 3rd and 10 here for Nebraska. From about the 31-yard line, Jeff Sims got his running back to his right. Jeff Sims fumbled the football. And it looks like Colorado's got it. Colorado has forced a turnover. And that is just what Nebraska want to avoid. A fumble right there by Jeff Sims, and Colorado has got the football. Oh my goodness. And Jeff Sims, in his career, 35 turnovers. And that is the most among active Big Ten players. So that right there is a big, big just letdown right there if you are Nebraska. So here we go, Colorado. There is Shedeur Sanders taking the snap, now throwing out. And that right there is the receiver number 10, Xavier Weaver. So Shedeur Sanders, 38 to 47 last week for 510 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. So Colorado going some tempo, and there was a run. That was to Dylan Edwards. And that will get back to about the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 6 here for Colorado. So drastically different teams right here. Nebraska likes to go a little slower, whereas Colorado's a lot more just fast pace. So here we go. Shedeur Sanders is going to be in the backfield all by himself. And he sent Dylan Edwards out wide as they look over to get the play call. 3rd and 6 here for Colorado. Here's the snap. Sanders looking, throwing over the middle, and it's caught. And right there is number 5, Jimmy Horn Jr. for Colorado. Shedeur Sanders. Great play right there, getting to about the 49-yard line. And Shedeur Sanders, his ability to just sit in the pocket, just be calm, cool, and collected. Great play right there. 1st and 10 for Colorado. Here we go. Shedeur Sanders looking. He's going to take off. He'll run and slide and get to about the 50. So it should be about 2nd and 8 now here for 2nd and 9, and we got a flag on the play. So we will see what this flag is here early in the game. And looks like it's going against the offense, or maybe offsetting penalties, possibly. I'm not sure. So what it looks like is you had possibly a late hit on Shedeur Sanders, And then you've got an probably two, like you got a late hit on the quarterback, but then the one that really matters though is the just a stupid penalty right there by Savion Washington for Colorado at 2nd and 24. And now we've got the refs huddling. It's a little confusing about what's going on the field right at the moment. So off the line for Colorado, Gerard Christian Lichten. Okay. Didn't have a lot of time to read that. So either way, we'll get to that later. Here we go. Shedeur Sanders looking, throwing, caught. And that is Xavier Weaver again. Great play right there. Just Shedeur Sanders stepping up in the pocket and just making a great play right there for Colorado. It's going to be 3rd and 10 now after the 14-yard pickup. Shedeur Sanders 3 of 3 for 27 yards already. So about the 48-yard line, Colorado, 3rd and 10. Sanders takes the snap. He's looking. Now scrambling around. Now going to throw. Caught! That is Travis Hunter. Just the multi-use receiver, cornerback. Just incredible play right here by Travis Hunter. He is a special player, folks. And you have not seen this kind of player in a long time. Here is the run now. Looks like that is Dylan Edwards for a couple of yards right there for Colorado. Have a fast type of play. So, Shedeur Sanders in the backfield with Dylan Edwards to his left. Sanders is going to take the snap. He's looking to throw. It's dropped. He had Weaver wide open, and Weaver dropped it. That could have been a very big play, folks. And that's just hard to deal with if you are a Colorado fan. That could have been a big play right there to get you already on the board. That could have been very, very big for Colorado. But instead, you're going to have 3rd and 5 here. So, here we go. Shedeur Sanders takes the snap. Looking. Going to throw. And he just throws it out of bounds. The pass was intended for Travis Hunter. And it's now 4th and 5. So, be interesting to see if they're going to just punt this or take a field goal here. And Hunter just visibly upset. So for Sanders is 4 for 6, 38 yards, and they're leaving the offense out there. Sanders is in the backfield all by himself, and I think they got Nebraska to jump. I believe they got Nebraska to jump. So let's see what the penalty is already. No score here in Boulder. Fast-paced game so far. Second penalty so far in the game. And it is on the defense. Colorado got Nebraska to jump. It's an offside. And I believe that's going to be an automatic first down if you are Colorado. Just great play calling and just a great way to get Nebraska to jump. So it is a first down here for Colorado. Just great job to get Nebraska to jump. So here we go. Shedeur Sanders in the backfield. He's got his running back to his left. Sanders fakes the handoff, and he just has to get rid of the football. He was going to be brought down. That would have been Henrich right there to get the sack, but instead it forces Shedeur Sanders to just throw the ball away. Be 2nd and 10 right now, as it looks like whether or not they may throw a penalty here. They may have. I am not sure what is going on. It's an intentional grounding. So they did throw a flag, but that is confusing. Either way, Sanders didn't want to take a sack, So just threw it away. Intentional grounding. So now it's 2nd and 25. Probably would have just been better off just taking the sack instead of just throwing it away for the intentional grounding. But here we go. Colorado 2nd and 25 now. Here's the snap. Sanders dropping back. Going to step up in the pocket, and he's going to take off and run. Sanders will slide, and he gets a lot of yardage back. It's going to be 3rd down, and we shall see how far they have to go. Shedeur Sanders just sees he can't find anybody, plus the pocket's collapsing a little bit, so he just takes off and just picks up some yards right there. 3rd and 9 here for Colorado. Gain of 16 yards, and we got another timeout. And so we will see what Colorado can do on this 3rd down when we return. All right, everybody. Welcome back to Boulder, Colorado, as we've got the Cornhuskers of Nebraska against the Buffaloes of Colorado, the 22nd ranked team in the nation. And so so far, what I've seen out of this game, Colorado, they have made lucky plays, but that hasn't gone without making some, just committing some penalties, just, not needed. And so we got a 3rd and 9 here. It'll be interesting to see what Colorado does here on this 3rd and 9. So we will see. If I'm correct, I believe that's a Colorado timeout. But I'm going to wait a second because national broadcast is at commercial right now. So very interesting game. It is a former Big 12 rivalry game. And, of course, this is a very interesting series, to say the least, between Nebraska and Colorado. So 5:34 to go in the first quarter in Boulder. And Michael Irvin is at the game. So 3rd and 9. It was a Nebraska timeout. Interesting here. And we got another penalty right here. We shall see what it is. Nebraska's already used 2 timeouts here in the first quarter. Not what Nebraska wants to do. So we are just awaiting to see what the penalty is. And it's a false start on Colorado, so it's going to be that's a longer 3rd down now. And that is big number 65, Jack Bailey, with the penalty. 3rd and 15 now for Colorado. Shedeur Sanders now in the backfield all alone, dropping back, looking to throw, and incomplete. He was getting rushed, and he just had to throw it, and that is incomplete. He had a couple of receivers right there he was looking for. So it looks like Colorado will have to punt the ball. Great defense here by Nebraska to get off the field. So here comes Mark Vassett to punt it away, and Billy Kemp the fourth is going to be back getting ready to return this. So there's Vassett. Short little punt right there, and it goes into the end zone. So Nebraska is going to start at about the 25-yard line on offense. So we will see what Nebraska's offense can do. So we will be right back in a moment, folks. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to college football here on Saber Broadcast Network. And so far, no score here in Boulder. Nebraska is about to start their second offensive drive. Of course, the first one ended with a Jeff Sims fumble. And so, big thing here is what can this Nebraska offense do? Of course, they need to improve on penalty. They need to improve on not turning the ball over. That starts with Jeff Sims. Of course, last week, 3 interceptions thrown. And then today, already a fumble. They've got to play a whole lot better on the offensive side of the football. And it starts with Jeff Sims. So, be interesting to see how long Matt Rule will allow the turnovers to continue before if Matt Rule was to take him out. So we'll just see what happens. But very interesting. So we are about to see this Nebraska offense again. And not only that, but we'll see that Colorado defense. What can Colorado do here on defense? And it starts with Travis Hunter, their star player on defense. And so we'll see. Here we go. Jeff Sims is under center. He's got Gabe Irvin, who he hands the ball off to, making a play, getting out wide, and picking up about 4 yards right there. Great pickup right there if you are in Nebraska. Be about 2nd and 6 now. So total yards so far, 59-46 Colorado. And we will see what that looks like after this drive is over. They clearly have a game plan for Travis Hunter, and they're just trying to eliminate him defensive-wise. So here we go, Jeff Sims. Looking, throwing over the middle, incomplete. He was looking for his tight end right there. His receiver, Alex Bullock. So, incomplete right there. And he lost it as he went to the ground. So, we will see. Or that's 24. Okay. Got that wrong. that was Fedone. Interesting. I read that wrong. Either way, 3rd and 7 now. Here's Jeff Sims throwing, and that's caught by Ramir Johnson, but it'll be 4th down. So Colorado will get the football back. And no score yet here in this first quarter. And Jeff Sims just dumps it off, and Ramir Johnson just has nowhere to go. So 4th and 4 now. Here is the second. Well, here's the first punt by Brian Bashini. And it's a good punt. And this will be returned a little bit by Jimmy Horn Jr. It'll be 1st down for Colorado. So here we go with the offense of Colorado in just a moment when we come back. And welcome back. Colorado will start here on offense in just a minute. National broadcast course still at commercial. Of course, our commercials here are guaranteed to only be about a minute long. So that is one thing that you can depend on here on Saber Broadcast Network. So, of course, so far, Colorado, their offense has looked okay. Of course, the penalties are what is killing them a little bit. So that'll be interesting to see. Can they eliminate some of their penalties? But overall, I think they look better here early than what Nebraska does. Now, I will say Nebraska is doing a good job on defense. So, both teams so far, the defense for Colorado is okay. I wouldn't say that it's been incredible here early, but we will see how both teams end up doing throughout the course of this game. So, as we await the game to come back. So here we go. 3:57 to go in the first quarter. Colorado and Nebraska, no score between either of them. So here we go. Shedeur Sanders is in the backfield all alone. They've got about 5 wide. And here's the throw, and that is going to Jimmy Horn Jr. And right as he caught it, he is taken down by, and that looks like that was Omar Brown right there for Nebraska. Great takedown right there. He's 2nd and 5. Shedeur Sanders hands it off. That's Dylan Edwards. And he will pick up a couple of yards right there. It's going to be 3rd down for Colorado. Of course, like I said earlier, they like to go fast. And so 3rd and 2 for Colorado. As Shedeur Sanders sends a man to motion. Sanders dropping back, throwing to Edwards. And he is taken down behind the line of scrimmage. That is a great play right there by that Nebraska defense. And Edwards just did not have anywhere to go. Great play right there by Nebraska. It's 4th and 5, and it looks like Colorado may be keeping the offense out on the field. Let's wait and see what they do, but be very interesting to see, as now they bring the punt unit out. As here comes the punter, Mark Vassett, and he will be punting it back to Billy Kemp IV. Here we go. Vassett with the punt. And fair catch called right there by Billy Kemp. So just a slow start so far as scoring. No scoring yet. Nebraska's coming back on the field. And we will see. We're going to see Jeff Sims once again at quarterback. So let's see what they can do here on offense. Not a great start so far if you're Nebraska, but a lot to build on. So here we go. Jeff Sims is under center. He's got Gabe Irvin behind him. Sends a man in motion. Here is the handoff to Irvin, and he will take it a few yards. Be 2nd down now for Nebraska. So, of course, Matt Rule in his first season lost his opener as head coach of Nebraska to Minnesota about 9 days ago, I believe. And we've got another timeout, this time by Colorado. So a Colorado timeout right there. It's 2nd and 4. And it'll be interesting to see what Nebraska calls right here on 2nd and 4. So their trivia question on the broadcast here is, who is the only Colorado quarterback to finish in top 5 Heisman voting? So that'll be interesting to see who that ends up being. So, of course, it is 2nd and 4 for Nebraska. 2:19 to go here in this first quarter. In what has been, I would say, the early portion of the game was fast, and now we've been waiting. Darian Hagan, he finished 5th in 1989. Very interesting. So here we go. 2nd and 4, Jeff Sims in the backfield. He's got Gabe Irvin with him in the backfield. So here's Jeff Sims. He takes a snap, handing it off to Gabe Irvin, Jr. He's got the first down and a little bit more right there to about the 23-yard line. Great play by Nebraska. And see, this is what Nebraska's got to do. They need to focus on the run game and just ground and pound. If they can just focus on that, I feel like they will get – I feel like this is what they want to do against Colorado. So here we go, 1:45 to go in the first quarter. 1st and 10 here. Jeff Sims is in the backfield with Gabe Irvin. Another handoff to him. And another couple yards right there for the Cornhuskers. So it'd be 2nd down. And so far it looks like the weakness for Colorado is the run game. And last week, Gabe Irvin only had 7 carries for 55 yards. So he's already got 7 carries here in the first quarter. So here we go. Jeff Sims. Of course, he's got Ramir Johnson in the background. Had to take a sip of water there for a second. So here is, and we got another penalty. So we will see what this penalty is, as we've had what feels like a million already here in this first quarter. It's 2nd and 7 currently, but we'll see. And it's a false start against Nebraska. So just when they thought, hey, maybe we're getting a little bit of momentum, it's a false start right there for Nebraska. And that's their offensive lineman, big number 57 right there, Ethan Piper, the left guard. So not what Nebraska wanted. 5 penalties in total so far here in the game. Jeff Sims looking to throw. Moving around, we got another flag, and that's incomplete. But we got another flag. So let's see what this is on 2nd and 12, 41 seconds to go here in the first quarter. So it's a holding, and it's going on in the offense right here. And I believe holding, we'll see. And we'll see who that is against. It's now 3rd down for Nebraska, 3rd and 12. Looks like they had offsetting penalties, probably what they just did. Okay. So here we go. Jeff Sims is in the backfield. To his left is Ramir Johnson. He sends Ramir Johnson in motion, so now Jeff Sims is all alone in the backfield. Jeff Sims takes the snap. Looking, throwing. That's Billy Kemp. And Billy Kemp, he doesn't get there, but he jumped over Shiloh Sanders, nearly getting the first down. And Billy Kemp is not the tallest of players. So that may have been the last play of the first quarter, but it is 4th down now. And Colorado will get the football back. And it's just to wait and see whether or not it's in the first, which we have 4-3, and they're not getting it off, as that will end the first quarter. No score here in Boulder. We'll be back in a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back. Colorado and Nebraska. And a very interesting game here so far. No score. Good defensive football so far from both teams. And other than good defense, there's just been a lot of stupid penalties. So we will see how this all ends up for both teams. So far on offensive wise, I would give the edge to Colorado so far. I felt like Nebraska's defense has just been kind of dismal. I haven't seen a lot from them. So let's just see what Nebraska can do on offense here in the second quarter. Of course, there's still a lot of game left here. So far, Jeff Sims 4-6 for 48 yards. Gabe Irvin 7 carries, 25 yards. Shedeur Sanders 6 of 9 for 40 yards. Xavier Weaver 2 receptions, 18 yards. Here at the beginning of the second quarter. So we've got a punt coming from that is Brian Bashini of Nebraska. And here's the punt. And a poor one, to say the least. It'll be 1st and 10 here for Colorado. So here comes Shedeur Sanders and the Colorado offense. And it should be interesting to see if they can get down the field. They've been able to get down the field quite easily, except for when they get past midfield, they really stall out. So can they put together a scoring drive, which is going to be interesting? So here we go. Shedeur Sanders from about the 43-yard line. He's going to take off, but he can't. He's taken down. That is number 11 for that defense, as I try to find his name real quick. That right there, great tackle. I believe it said like Linhart. Okay. Probably Cameron Linhart. Okay. Either way, here's another snap. Shedeur Sanders looking, throwing. That is caught. That's Xavier Weaver again. It's a great catch right there. If you're Weaver, Colorado moving down the field a little bit. 3rd down now. They like to play with lots of tempo. So now it's 3rd down and 3 to go. Shedeur Sanders goes up to the line of scrimmage. Just getting all of his, just talking to his team, getting his play call. So here we go. Sanders taking the snap. Scrambles around. Now throwing, and that's incomplete. He was looking for Travis Hunter. And so now, and we got a flag. So let's see. A little late. So let's see what this could possibly be. So refs are talking it over, see what this is going to be called. And it looks like, and it's going against Nebraska, it's going to be a 1st down. So Nebraska had a chance to get off the field, but they just blew it. And it looks like it's it's one of the players on the sidelines right there for Nebraska, just shoving Travis Hunter. That right there is kind of stupid if you are Nebraska. You can't have that. So from the 35, here's Shedeur Sanders lobbing it up. He was looking for the end zone for Xavier Weaver, but that's incomplete. He was looking to the end zone. Just a little too far if you're for Weaver, if you are Shedeur Sanders. Going to be 2nd down now for Colorado. So Sanders now with his running back to his left. Got about 4 receivers wide. Sanders, and he's going down. Third down now. Lenhart with another stop. And just great defense there by Nebraska. Just getting pressure. Great play. So 3rd and 16 now. Very defensive football game here so far. So here on 3rd and 16, let's see from the 41. Let's see what Colorado can do. Sanders looking, avoiding a sack, avoiding another one. He's dropping back so far. Can he get rid of this football? That's going to be interesting. And he just takes a loss of like 2 yards. He didn't get sacked, but a little confusing as to why he took a loss right there. 4th and 18. And he just didn't see anyone. Like just not a great play for Shedeur Sanders. A little questionable there. And it's 4th and 18 as now Colorado is out to punt. That's Vassett. And this one will be called for a fair catch by Kemp. And so it'll be first down for Nebraska with 12 minutes to go. So that penalty did not cost Nebraska any points. And just confusing so far as to why Sanders just took a loss right there. But either way, 12:06 to go. Be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Nebraska and Colorado here on Saver Broadcast Network. Here early, Colorado just drove and had to punt it away once again. So no score so far. So far, I think the defense is really controlling this game. On one side, I think Nebraska's defense is really playing a good game. But on the other side, I feel like Nebraska's offense is just not playing really. It's just bad football. I would have thought Colorado would just fold and Nebraska's offense would be able to go down and score whatever they wanted. But no score so far. And very interesting game so far. So let's go back to another commercial break and then we'll be right back. All right. So had to cut the commercial break a little short because the game is coming back. So Nebraska's starting on offense. Colorado's been giving good starting field position all day long with the offense, and Nebraska's just had hard time starting at a good spot. So from about the 9, here is Jeff Sims sending a man in motion. The handoff is to the running back, Gabe Irvin Jr. He gets a first down, And he's got a lot more as he gets out to about the 35-yard line. Good run right there by Gabe Irvin Jr. And right there, just a great play. Gabe Irvin, he just finds the crease and he takes it. Great play. And it was Shiloh Sanders, one of Deion's sons, getting the stop right there. As here we go, Nebraska with a 1st and 10. Here's the handoff to Gabe Irvin, and he'll be lucky just to get back to the line of scrimmage. So 2nd and 10 here for Nebraska. And a good play. Let's see what Nebraska can do with it. Can they go down the field and just put together a scoring drive? That's going to be big here. No score so far. As we got here from the 35, Jeff Sims takes the snap, fakes it to Ramir Johnson, and now Jeff Sims running for his life, now throwing. That, I believe, is caught. It is. That is Billy Kemp. Great catch right there. That's a 1st down. And honestly, a great throw if you're Jeff Sims. Great throw. 1st down, Nebraska. So here we go as they're going to review this. Not a shocker here that they will review this. And from what I see, I think it looks like they're watching for the control of the ball. But from what I see, I think this is a clear catch for Billy Kemp. I don't see anything to indicate that he dropped it. His knee is down, inbounds. He keeps control of football. This is going to be a 1st down for Nebraska, no doubt about it. So the call on the field is the pass is complete, but they are looking at it. I don't understand what more can you really look at it for, but I will say I believe that this is a 1st down. So here's the... And I believe, okay, they confirmed the call. So it didn't take long at all. They just wanted to make sure. Good job by the refs, just wanting to make sure that it was a catch, and they did. So 1st down for Nebraska. So great catch right there by Billy Kemp, getting his knee down inbounds. So here we go. 1st and 10. Jeff Sims sends a man in motion. He'll hand it off. No, he fakes it to Ramir Johnson. Jeff Sims takes off with it. 1st down, and maybe a few more yards after that. Great play right there for Jeff Sims. And now Nebraska's cooking a little bit. They are looking to score, and they really are looking pretty good so far. And, they're going to check probably. Did his knee hit the ground? Because he did get tripped up when he first started running. And we got another review coming. We knew this would happen. Nebraska tried to hurry up and get up to the line of scrimmage, but it was too late. There is a review coming, and be interesting. Or actually, it doesn't look like. They're just going to let him go back out and play, it looks like. Okay. I thought there was a review coming, but, well. Okay, so there is a review. I was confused about what they were doing, but there is a review coming. Okay. So we will see. I don't think Jeff Sims' knee was down. I don't think so. Looking at the play, he puts his hand down to keep him from falling. I don't think his knee ever touches. His knee never touches from what I'm seeing. So I think this is going to be a first down picked up by Jeff Sims. And a great play, to be completely honest with you. I think this is a first down easy. And so it's a second. Okay, so they ruled that he hit his knee. They ruled that his knee was down. I don't know what you could go by, but I'm not sure. I didn't see. I thought he was still up, or maybe it should be. Maybe it's something else to do with the wrist or something like that. I'm not sure, but I'm a little confused about what they're calling. But here we go. Jeff Sims will hand it off to Gabe Irvin Jr. Gabe Irvin's got the first down and a great play. As now they're in good scoring position unless they have something stupid happen or if they get sacked. Nebraska's in scoring position, I believe. Great run there by Gabe Irvin, who's been playing really good all day, and just bad defense if you are Colorado here on this drive. Nebraska's just playing like the more physical team. From the 30-yard line, here's Jeff Sims handing it off. This is Ramir Johnson, who will pick up a few yards on the gain. Second down now. And Nebraska has a 2nd and 4. Just nice play by Ramir Johnson on that carry. So here we go. And Nebraska's just outrushed Colorado 70-13, folks. So here we go, 2nd and 4 as the play clock continues to run. Possibly. And here we go. Looks like they've called a timeout. So we will figure this out here in just a second. It's a little confusing about what they just did, but 2nd and 4 here. No timeout. Okay, so it's just a stoppage in the play. So here we go. Jeff Sims hands it off, and that'll lose probably about a yard. That's Gabe Irvin who will lose about a yard right there. Great defense there by Colorado on that play. So it'll be 3rd and 5. Jordan Dominic, I believe, is the one who just made the play. And Nebraska, what are they going to do here on 3rd and 5? Be very interesting here. So here we go. Colorado fans trying to support their team. Here we go. Jeff Sims takes the snap. It's a bad snap. And it looks like Nebraska got the football back, but Lindenmeyer, I believe, is who went in motion, and the ball was snapped off of him, and just lucky to get the ball back is Nebraska. And now it's a 4th and 7, and here is a attempt at a field goal. This is Tristan Alvano, 45 yards away. Here's the kick. It's up, and it's no good. It hit the crossbar, and it missed. What a play, as it looked like it was going to go far right, ended up curving back in, and then hit the crossbar. and it missed. We will be right back in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back. Colorado's fixing to get the football. And let's be honest, folks. Nebraska, for the last few years, it's just been so unfortunate because they could have been so good, but they have been able to just mess up at the wrong time. And they have a chance right there. Get a field goal, go up 3-0, and it misses. What a play. And I'm telling you, Nebraska's got to be one of the most unfortunate programs in college football right now. Like, seriously, they cannot catch a break. And so right now, no score, as they could have had a field goal, go up 3-0. So just heartbreaking if you're Nebraska. As right now they're just showing some of the memorable moments from this series. As I said earlier in the broadcast, these two used to play all the time when they were both in the Big 12. So, and Colorado's going back to the Big 12, but Nebraska, of course, is in the Big 10 and probably there for a long time. So here we go. Sanders, here's the handoff. And that is going nowhere. As it looked like Cavassier Smoke with the carry. So just a rough game for Shedeur Sanders after just lighting up TCU. And a lot of it has to do with Nebraska's got a lot better of a defense than what TCU does. So here's the handoff. And maybe picking that yard back up is Dylan Edwards for Colorado. So 3rd and 9 now for Colorado's offense. What can they do here? Or can they pick it up? Or will Nebraska force another 3 and out? We shall see. Here we go. Sanders taking the snap, looking to throw. It's a deep throw, and this is way incomplete. Just a miscalculation between Sanders and Travis Hunter. And that's going to be 4th down. And just a bad series there for Colorado. So, just a bad game here so far if you are Colorado. They had 3 total punts last week. This is their 4th already. So here we go. As Colorado set to kick it back to Nebraska. And fair catch called by Billy Kemp. It'll be Nebraska football when we return. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Colorado, nothing on the scoreboard. Nebraska has nothing. Of course, Nebraska had a chance at a field goal and it missed. And just very interesting here so far. So we will see what Nebraska can do on offense. They had a little bit of momentum there on that last drive, but we will see. Can they possibly make can they possibly get down the football field and score? That's going to be a big thing here for Nebraska. But if you're a fan of defensive football, you've come to the right place, folks. I mean, this has been just the absolute perfect defensive football game for the person who loves defensive football. So no score here yet. And of course, we will see who gets on the scoreboard first. So it may be who can, at the end of the day, it may just be who can actually score. So we will see. So, of course, on the national broadcast, they've got some stuff going on at halftime. So here we go. Jeff Sims, another fumble snap, and Colorado's got it. Oh, my goodness. And that is what Nebraska wanted to avoid, is all the turnovers. And that is the second fumble by Jeff Sims. And again, just some really bad snap communication right there. It's the snap. They cannot figure it out. Jeff Sims thought it was going to be like that last play where it would hit his teammate going to motion, but it just not good so far. Here we go from the 19-yard line. Here's Colorado. Sanders looking, throwing. That's caught. That right there is number 6 for Colorado. That is Tarvarish Dawson. So here we go. Sanders looking, 2nd and 4, and that's a throw out to Dylan Edwards, but that is incomplete. Be 3rd and 4 now for Colorado. So Colorado's looking to be the first team to put any points up on the scoreboard here early. So 3rd down and 4 to go. 8 of 14 for 56 yards. That is Shedeur Sanders' stats. Sanders looking, throwing, caught, and just going nowhere. It looks like that right there is Jimmy Horn Jr. So 4th down, Nebraska holds. And now, be interesting to see, does Colorado go for this or do they just take the points? In a game like this, I would be shocked if they go for it and not just take the points, because no score. I mean, I would take the points if it was me, but here we go. Yes, they're taking the points. Jace Feely's coming out to kick the field goal. It snaps clean. Feely is right down the middle. Colorado is up 3-0. Be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back. And so it is time for the trivia question. And today's question is, when was the first time these two teams played? So you're going to have to go back a long time ago for this answer, folks. So it's been a long time. So you'll have to think on this one a little bit. So, of course, this is Nebraska and Colorado. So when was the first time that these two teams played each other? So, very interesting question right there. So we will have that in just a little while. National broadcast is still at commercial. So, of course, we are waiting on the national broadcast right now. Of course, we shall see as they look like they're about to come back. Good guess there in the chat, but we will see if you are right. 4:20 to go. Of course, this will be, I'll announce the answer of this at halftime. And then also in the third quarter, I will let you know on some other stuff as well. So we will, of course, see how this plays out here. Here we go. Feely back to kick it away. And this one will not be returned by Nebraska. So 3-0. Here is Jeff Sims coming for Nebraska. Be interesting to see. Can he avoid any more miscues as they're showing them right now? And really, that's what's killing Nebraska is the miscues. As right now, the game is on Fox. And if you've been keeping up, Fox has had both of these teams' first two games so far this season. So that's just a little nugget for you right now as you watch. And really, we encourage, if you want to, watch the game on television, but then turn off the announcers and just listen to us because we do a lot better job, I believe. So Jeff Sims has got his running back to his left. Just waiting, giving his signals. So here's Jeff Sims throwing, and that'll be caught by Kemp. And he picks up about 6 yards, I believe. So it'll be second down now for Nebraska. 2nd and 5. So here we go. Playing with a little bit of tempo, but not much. Jeff Sims got his running back behind him. So they let the clock continue to move a little bit. 3-0, Colorado. So here we go. Here's the snap. Sims handing it off, and oh my goodness, Dominic comes in and just blows that play up. Jordan Dominic just blows up Gabe Irvin, and that's going to be third down. Colorado has a little bit of momentum, it looks like now, after getting the football back with that fumble and then going down and getting a field goal. Now they feel like they've got a little bit of momentum now. Still 3-0. Both teams have not been great on third down here today, but let's see what they can do. Jeff Sims takes the snap, and we got a penalty, and that's going to be delay a game. They did not get the snap off in time. And it's going against Nebraska. It is a delay of game penalty. And just not a great start if you're Nebraska, down 3-0. It's 3rd and 12. They need a little something right now but they are having a hard time. So here we go. 3rd and 12. Colorado looking to get off the field. Jeff Sims got his running back behind to his right. It's Gabe Irvin. Jeff Sims now takes a snap. He's looking. He's going to scramble out of the pocket. Now throw intercepted. It is intercepted. And that right there is an interception. Cameron Selman Craig. What a play. Jeff Sims just rolling to his right. And he threw it right to Selman Craig. Oh my goodness. And Selman Craig, he reads that route just too easy. Too easy. Colorado has got the football again. And if you are a Nebraska fan, just not a good day so far. 3 turnovers. 3-0 Colorado. Here we go. Shedeur Sanders from the 30. Looking. Throwing. Caught. Touchdown. Colorado. That right there is Dawson. Tarvarish Dawson. Colorado right that is up 9-0 now with 2:35 to go in the second quarter. What a play. And Shedeur Sanders throws a touchdown. Just a beautiful play right there. As the extra point is up and good for Colorado. 10-0. The Buffaloes. They've got all the momentum now. And it's Shedeur Sanders with the beautiful throw right here. And Dawson just gets wide open. I don't understand how Nebraska leaves him wide open, but he does. And Shedeur Sanders just capitalizes. Beautiful throw. And Colorado takes a 10-0 lead right now. And Nebraska's just, they can't score. And for the most part here in this first half, they had been doing a good job on defense. But now with that throw, they're down 10-0. And that just makes it a whole lot harder if you are Nebraska to get back in this game because you've just had a lot of issues. And that interception turns into 7 for Colorado. So here comes Jace Feely to kick it back to Nebraska. As there's the kick. And that'll go to the back of the end zone. 2:35 to go in the second quarter. And if you're Nebraska, you really need to stay on the field for a good amount of time. As now it looks like we've got a change in quarterbacks. Or no, may have in a second. Be interesting to see if they do go with a new quarterback, but it looks like it's still Jeff Sims. Okay. I thought they were fixing to put in the backup. That would have been Heinrich Harburg. But, he couldn't have done any worse than what Jeff Sims has done so far today. But they're going to keep Jeff Sims in the game. Very interesting play. Just very interesting right here. So here we go. Jeff Sims under center. Sends a man in motion. Here is the handoff to Gabe Irvin. And that's probably a pickup about 2 yards right there. Or 3 yards, 2nd and 7 now here for Nebraska. They just need to stay on the field if you're Nebraska, and you need to get something. A touchdown would be nice if you're Nebraska, but just get anything on the board. So here we go. 2 minutes to go. 2nd and 7. Here is Jeff Sims handing it off to Gabe Irvin. He's got a first down right there. Great play. First down, Nebraska. And just a little bit of a collapse on that defense of Colorado, but Gabe Irvin, great run. So here we go. 1:35 to go in the first half. Of course, we'll be back here at halftime for the halftime show. So here we go. Jeff Sims fakes the handoff, looking, throwing, and that's incomplete, but it looks like there may be a flag thrown. There is a flag on the field, and that's probably intentional grounding. As we will await the call from the ref. As they continue to discuss, 1:19 here in the second quarter. No score for Nebraska, 10-0 for Colorado. As they continue to talk. And it's very interesting. They're having a long discussion about whether or not it was an intentional grounding. And we just sit here and wait to see what it could be. So here we go. Looks like there may be offsetting penalties. So it will be second down. Very interesting. So it looks like offsetting penalties. You had the intentional grounding, but then late quarterback hit, possibly. So we will see. Here we go. 2nd and 10 for Nebraska. Here's Jeff Sims, and he is just going to be taken down. Nowhere to go for Nebraska. It's going to be 3rd down, and that is right there, Leonard Payne Jr. for Colorado. And this has just been a rough one for Nebraska. And Jeff Sims, this has just been a rough half if you are Jeff Sims, and man, I don't know what to say. As the clock continues to roll, it's a 3rd down. Dion's talking to his team as the clock continues to, a little bit of confusion there, I guess, between clock management and whether or not there was a timeout called. Very interesting. Just a rough game for Jeff Sims. Okay, so there is 1:08 to go. No timeout called. Very confusing Very confusing. 3rd and 17 here for Nebraska. And Jeff Sims is still out there. And here's the thing, folks. It's a little shocking that they're not going to try and go to another quarterback just because of just how Jeff Sims has struggled today and how he struggled last week. A little shocking that they're just going to continue to ride with him. So here we go. Jeff Sims, 3rd and 17. He's got his running back to his right. And here's the snap. He's now looking. He's going to take off and run. And he'll just get a couple of yards as he was hit low, and that will get him probably like a 4th and 9. So a little bit of a low hit, and there was a Colorado timeout a minute ago. So, but 4th and 9 here for Nebraska as they're going to punt it away once again. So 58 seconds to go. Colorado definitely will have enough time to get something, whether that be a field goal or even get a touchdown, depending on how Nebraska's defense plays. But another punt coming for Brian Pacini, as there is the punt. And that one will take a friendly Colorado bounce to about the 36-yard line. 49 seconds to go here in the first half. So here we go. 49 seconds. Here comes Shedeur Sanders and that Colorado offense. And let's see what they can do here. They've gotten a little bit of momentum now. So let's see, can they continue that momentum? So from the 37, here is Shedeur Sanders. Looking. And he'll just run and get about 2 right there for Colorado, but smartly gets out of bounds. 2nd and 8 now for Colorado. So they definitely need to get a chunk play at some point here in this 40 seconds if you're Colorado. For Nebraska, you just got to get off the field and hope that you can just go to halftime down 10-0. And we got there's about to be a penalty right here. But Shedeur Sanders gets it to Travis Hunter, who gets away. And great play. This may just be called they may just decline the penalty. Let's see what they want to do. Right there, a first down for Colorado. Just a great play. Travis Hunter, you just see his athletic ability. He just literally stops and makes a couple men miss, and he just makes a great play. So first down, clock is running a little bit from the 39. Here's the pass, and that right there is a good catch, and that's Xavier Weaver. 22 seconds to go, first down, and the clock does stop so they can set it up and get to the line of scrimmage. So here we go. Clock is running. Sanders, another flag, but here is the catch and nearly a first down for Colorado. That's Jimmy Horn Jr., but we must wait and see what the penalty is. And it's going against Nebraska, and they're going to decline the penalty. So Colorado has a chance to get a little bit of something here before halftime. Another first down for Colorado as they have a lot of momentum on their side now. Shedeur Sanders now has a running back in the backfield. Here's the snap. Look, Sanders looking, now throwing, and that'll be caught. And Dion, I believe they got a timeout. I believe they have used their final timeout, and Colorado has a chance to get some points here before halftime. Literally 1 second to go. Just great play, and that was number 36, Syvian Wilkerson, who had the catch. So it's 2nd and 6. They're going to attempt a field goal with Jace Feely and hope to go up 13-0 going into the break. Just a great way by this Colorado offense to get down and put themselves in scoring position to get a 2-touchdown lead. So this is a 31-yard attempt, just like the other for Jace Feely. So here we go. It's a big kick right here. Clean snap, and the field goal would have been bad, but there is... Nebraska used their final timeout trying to ice the kicker. So it may have just worked in Colorado's favor in a way, though, because that was a missed opportunity right there. So Feely now has a chance to actually get a chance to make it. So 1 second to go. No timeouts for either team. And Colorado now has a chance to get a 31-yard field goal to go up 13-0 with a second to go. So very interesting here. And we got another stoppage as just waiting to see what stoppage is for. So here we go. Jace Feely is getting ready to kick it. And here's the clean snap. And it is good. Colorado 13-0 here at halftime. Let's go to break, and then we will be back for halftime. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to halftime. And as you can see, there's your score 13-0 Colorado. So it is now time to answer the trivia question that we had for today. It was, when was the first time these two teams faced, which is Colorado and Nebraska? And so it was late in the college football year when they did. So November 17th, 1898. So a very long time ago right there for the first time these two teams played each other. So that is your answer. And so here in just a minute, we will get back to some halftime coverage. We'll talk about all things college football, and then it'll be time to get back to the game here in just a minute. We'll be right back, though. All right, everybody. Back from a short break that I had for halftime. And so, it's right there. You see the answer to the to our trivia question for today. Great trivia question we had. Of course, that was some great audio I have right there. When I need some audio played, then I got it. So we got a couple of questions here. Do you think Baylor in Utah is a good matchup? Well, I mean, if it's close, then yeah, it's a good matchup. And then as far as why do you pick bad games? Well, I will say that part of it is that you can't really predict that far ahead of time to see whether or not it would be a hard, like a bad game. So, not really kind of out of control as to what the game would look like. So, of course, a lot to get to. Right now, the national broadcast, James Madison leads Virginia 17-14. And then Utah and Baylor 3-3, as right now Baylor up 10-3 on Utah. Very interesting there. And then you got Kansas State and Troy they're looking at. And K-State is right now they're showing a great catch from Troy's receiver. As I guess you look elsewhere around the country, there's more higher scoring games. 21-10 Kansas State right now over Troy. I mean, they're looking at Georgia and Ball State. Wow. This interception has got to be one of the most, incredible interceptions I've ever seen. Wow. Just lucky. And Georgia, of course, taking care of business 31-0. So, I mean, when we talked earlier about can Georgia's offense really, start cooking a little bit, yeah, they've come to play. Oh, and Ohio State, Kyle McCord, early in the game against Youngstown State, he already throws a touchdown to Marvin Harrison Jr. And Youngstown State scores a touchdown on Ohio State. Very interesting. Of course, I'm just watching along national broadcast highlights right now. 28-7 as, you know what? All these people who've been talking about, Ohio State's offense is going to be terrible after how they looked. Yeah, I think they're fine. Ohio State's fine, folks. They are completely fine right now. And then Penn State and Delaware. Penn State, that's a team to watch out for, folks. They're going to be interesting. Wow. So, very interesting game they have. 35-7 at the break for them. So, that is some games around the country that they are watching on Fox to keep up with. So 13-0 here in Boulder. And the big thing is, can Nebraska start getting something to go on offense? I mean, they just not looking good on offense. Colorado, I mean, hasn't looked incredible, but you know what? They've looked good enough to get them a 13-0 lead. So let's just see what both teams will do here in the second half. So, also, I do want to say that for next week's game, that just like we did this week, we will announce on the community post what game it is on Tuesday, and then Wednesday night we will kind of go into it and start looking at the game just a little bit. So, Right now, we're going to go to commercial break, and then we'll be right back. All right, everybody. Welcome back. College football here on Saber Broadcast Network. And a great Saturday here. 13-0 Colorado. As just a kind of a poor performance so far from Nebraska, to say the least. Of course, a little different that I did here at the scoreboard. I've got the their records on here. So as you can see, Nebraska's 0-1, Colorado 1-0. So it is shocking just to see Colorado up 13-0 like this. But of course, if Colorado can start 2-0, they've already accomplished more than what they did last year as far as the win total. So very interesting, folks. As we await the national broadcast to come back from halftime. So, like I said, big thing is, what is Nebraska's offense going to do? Are they actually going to be able to get down the field and actually score? That's going to be big. If they can't go down and score, then then Nebraska's already lost this game. Now, last week, of course, they just couldn't ever. I mean, the offense this season's just not been there. And for a total this year, they've only scored 10 points. So, I mean, Nebraska needs to score. And they just score bad. Like, they need a score super bad. So, 13-0 Colorado, as it looks like the game may be coming back here in a second. Not sure yet. So, very interesting. An early game for people in Boulder, Colorado, that's for sure. 13-0 Colorado with the lead at the start of the third quarter. And so here we go. Can Nebraska come back, or are they just dead in the water? Be very interesting to see. So Jeff Sims, he had 3 turnovers in the first half. And some of these turnovers were just stupid. I mean, when you're talking about just almost like just handing it to Colorado, is basically like he did on his interception. And then he fumbled twice. I mean, just terrible play. But I mean, the defense has showed up for the most part for Nebraska. So I mean, not all terrible, but it's just, if Nebraska wants to win this game, they're going to have to play better offense. And it would be really sad, in all honesty, for a defense of Nebraska's caliber to come back at the end of the season and realize they couldn't accomplish nothing because the offense held them back all season long. So we will see, as right here we are getting ready for the kickoff It'll be Colorado football to begin the second half. So, Shedeur Sanders and that Colorado offense will be back out. Be big for the defense of Nebraska because they need to get off the field and and they need their offense to really show up. So here we go. Here is the kickoff. And Colorado will just let that go to the end zone. So here we go. Shedeur Sanders is coming back out for the Buffaloes. What can they do on offense? Are they going to be able to go down and score? We will see. Shedeur Sanders, 14 of 21 so far in this game, 134 yards and a touchdown. So here he is in the backfield. He's got Dylan Edwards to his right. And he's got about 4 receivers out wide. Here's the snap. Sanders looking set. That is the 5th time today. And that is Reimer right there. That's Luke Reimer, the middle linebacker for the Cornhuskers. 2nd and 19 now. So Nebraska's defense has really showed up. Just Colorado's cashed in when they've been given the opportunity. So here we go. Sanders looking, throwing. That is Edwards. And he'll pick up a few yards. It's going to be 3rd down. And quite a ways to go for Colorado. 3rd and 15. So defense has been the name of the game here for both teams. 3rd and 15. Can Nebraska give their offense the football? That'd be great here at the beginning of the second half. 13-0. So here we go. Sanders all alone in the backfield. He drops back looking, and he breaks a tackle. Now throwing deep. That's caught. It's Travis Hunter. What a play. What a throw by Shedeur Sanders. And Shedeur Sanders sees Travis Hunter, and Hunter just goes against that football. But what a play. Sanders on the move, and he's able to deliver that football. Great play. Now here is the run. And that's Dylan Edwards for a few yards right there. It'd be 2nd down for Colorado. So Sanders, you can see that he's got potential to be a really great quarterback. Of course, you saw that last week with 510 passing yards. Here's Sanders throwing. That is caught right there. That's Tarvarish. There's Tarvarish Dawson. It'll be 3rd down. And 1 to go for Colorado. But you see also sometimes there is a limitness to him. So here we go. Sanders looking, throwing, and that's behind. And that's Jimmy Horn Jr. And that is a 4th down now for Colorado. As it'd be interesting, do they leave the offense on the field here on this 4th and 3, or do they punt it or take the field goal? But it looks like they're going to keep the offense out there. Be a long field goal looking at it. So 4th and 3 for Colorado from about the 33 yard line. Here we go. Sanders hands it off to the outside, and that's going nowhere. That's a loss of about 1.5 yards for Jimmy Horn Jr., and it's going to be Nebraska football. Great stand right there by the defense of Nebraska. And now it just comes down to, can Nebraska actually do something? And a little bit of a questionable call there. Huh. Interesting. So 13-0 with 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. We'll be right back. Here we go. Here's the run. Gabe Irvin, and he'll pick up a few yards right there. So welcome back. College football here on Safer Broadcast Network. And Nebraska's had 14 total plays, and 5 of them have gone for less than 2 yards. The average gain's about 4. So just a rough outing so far for the offense of Nebraska. So here we go. The play action, Jeff Sims, that will be caught right there. And that is Marcus Washington right there for Nebraska. And he definitely caught that ball. They just keep reviewing it just to make sure that, they keep showing it on the broadcast, make sure he caught it. Great catch, though. 1st and 10 for Nebraska. Can they get something going? Here we go. Jeff Sims looking, and he's sacked. He is sacked right there by, that is none other than Taj Alston. Just nowhere to go for Jeff Sims, and he's just had a rough game. And just not a good outing so far for Nebraska. Still searching for their first win on the season. Doesn't look hopeful right now if you are a Nebraska fan. 2nd and 17 now for the Cornhuskers. Sends a man in motion. Here's Jeff Sims all alone in the backfield. He takes off with it. He's got a first down and more. He is going to go. Jeff Sims, touchdown, Nebraska. And like that, they're back in it. And Jeff Sims, he sends Ramir Johnson in motion, and he's all alone in the backfield. And Nebraska and Colorado's thinking he's going to throw, but he takes off with it. This is just a design quarterback run, and Jeff Sims just gets down the sidelines. Easy touchdown for him. And it's now 13-6 with the extra point to come, as it is up and good for Nebraska. And like that, it's 13-7. And Jeff Sims just says, I'll do it on my own. That is the ability that Jeff Sims brings to Nebraska. It's just, he just doesn't have the arm accuracy, it looks like. But be right back, folks. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Where Colorado just allowed Jeff Sims to get down the field and score a touchdown. Great play. 13-7 Colorado with the lead still. But that Jeff Sims touchdown does make it more manageable if you are Nebraska. They had a great defensive play a while ago. And now, I mean, to be honest with you, Nebraska still has, still has a long time in this game to go. And they could potentially get back into it. And so we will see what will happen as we wait on the national broadcast to come back. Let's go to some of these stats that Jack sent me a little bit earlier. So, if we're looking at some of these stats, so their first meeting, of course, we already had that as our trivia question. The largest victory was Nebraska, 59-0. And then last meeting was September 7, 2019. Colorado won it 34-31 in overtime. And Nebraska held the longest win streak in the series with an 18-game win streak between 1968 and 1985. So there's a kickoff, and it goes to the back of the end zone. And here comes Shedeur Sanders and the Colorado offense. So what can this Nebraska defense do? Are they going to be able to stop Colorado once again? We will see. So, of course, we are waiting to see. National Broadcast has a promotion at the moment. But 13-7 here. Here we go. Here's the snap. Sanders hands it off. And there's a run right there for Anthony Hankerson. That'll go for a few yards. It'll be 2nd and 6 to go for Colorado. So this game has been a low-scoring affair. But I will say, these offenses here at the latter stages of the second quarter and here in the third quarter have started to get going. There's the throw by Sanders. And that is Michael Harrison, the tight end, for the first down for Colorado. So, not in as much of a rush as what they were, but now here is Sanders throwing, and that's just incomplete. That is just way behind Michael Harrison, the tight end for Colorado. It's going to be 2nd and 10 now for the Colorado offense. So that's what, I mean, so that is what we are seeing so far. Just some kind of bad plays. As here's Sanders dropping back, and he just has to throw it in the dirt. So, decision making by Shedeur Sanders, a little questionable at points in this game. You can tell that both quarterbacks are not quite there yet as far as like the most elite quarterbacks. But, you know, good enough. But we will see. Colorado, 3 for 10 on 3rd downs as they got a 3rd and 10 right here. Clock moving down. Here's Sanders looking, throwing deep. Oh, he's got a man wide open. Wide open is Xavier Weaver. 1st down, Colorado. And just, I mean, he just goes right by that defender for Nebraska. Just crazy right there how open Weaver was. And now it looks like another stoppage in the game. Looks like a penalty against the offense right here. And be 1st and 15. So that's also something that we see from Shedeur Sanders. He just has the ability to make some plays that are quite incredible to see. So here we go. Here is the handoff to Dylan Edwards, who will get a few yards. He will get back to the line of scrimmage and get a couple more there. So 13-7 Colorado, 2nd and 8 to go. That was a 7-yard pickup. And here we go. 2nd and 8. Shedeur Sanders dropping back, looking, throwing over the middle. That is Anthony Hankerson. Not quite a 1st down, I would think. Or it is a 1st down. Okay, they gave him the 1st down. Very interesting here. And there is a run that just gets right back to the line of scrimmage right there. So here we go. Just Colorado. Can they punch it in here? A touchdown gives them a comfortable lead, whereas a field goal, not as comfortable. But here's Sanders now looking. End zone. Oh, he had him. Dylan Edwards right in the end zone. And it was just dropped. Edwards almost had it. He just cannot hold on. What a break for Nebraska. And it's going to be 3rd and 10 for the Buffaloes. Here we go. Shedeur Sanders takes the snap, dropping back, moving around, looking, end zone. That's caught. Xavier Weaver, touchdown, Colorado. And just when Nebraska thought they had a little bit of momentum, Colorado says that they want more. It's 19-7. And Nebraska just a play where Sanders is just given enough time to make a play, and he just does. Great play, and just a touchdown right there. 19-7 Colorado. Because they got this really funny motion that they do on the extra points as the extra point is up and good for Colorado. 20-7 now. The Buffaloes have the lead over the Cornhuskers. As we will return in a minute. All right, everybody. Welcome. Third quarter here. As I've been forgetting to fix the quarter here on the scoreboard, but it is 20-7 Colorado. So the game, Nebraska's not out of it yet, but it is getting a little bit more difficult if you're Nebraska. You've got to score again. And then the defense is going to have to show up. And if both of those can't happen, then Colorado's got it right here. 20-7 here in the third quarter. And how this game's been going, points are big in this game. So it's gonna be something to see if Colorado can hold on. We'll be right back in just a moment. All right, everybody, here we go. It is time for the kickoff. Colorado getting ready to send this ball back to Nebraska. There is the kick. And that'll go back for a touchback. 6:49 to go here in the third quarter. Colorado up 20-7. And let's see. Nebraska, they need a touchdown. Of course, Jeff Sims had the rushing touchdown right there a while ago. So let's see what this offense can do. From the 25-yard line, Jeff Sims is in the backfield. He's got his running back to his right. He takes a snap and hands it off to Ramir Johnson, who is just going to lose a lot of yards right there. This Colorado defensive line is just giving Nebraska so many problems here today. And Colorado is playing much better on defense today than what they were a week ago. Of course, gave up 42 to TCU and 7 here to Nebraska so far. So, very interesting here so far. Here we go. Jeff Sims looking, throwing, and that is a catch. And that's Kemp right there for Nebraska. It's going to be 3rd down. And Nebraska's got to go down and get some points here. They look like they're in no hurry. 3rd and 16 now for Nebraska. Let's see what Colorado will do here on defense here on this 3rd and long. The fans are into it now. Can Nebraska go up the field? It's a good question. Here we go. Play clock running down. Snims gets the snap off. He's looking. Throwing. It is dropped. Nearly had a 1st down right there, and that is Alex Bullock. He dropped it. It's 4th and 16, and Colorado's going to get the football back right here. Big time stop for Colorado, but they got lucky too. I mean, Bullock did drop the pass. And Matt Rule has just got to be disappointed with his offense today. As here is the punt, and that may be a running into the punter penalty here in a second, maybe. As there's Jimmy Horn Jr. No penalty called, and it's going to be Colorado football when we return. All right, everybody, welcome back. Colorado will get the football to begin this drive here in 3rd quarter. And be interesting to see, does Colorado want to continue pouring on the points, or are they kind of going to start slowing down a little bit and trying to just kind of ease their way, let the clock run a little bit? Be interesting to see what they do here. So we are just waiting on the national broadcast right now. So very interesting game here today. Just a Colorado team who's just been the better team today. And Nebraska just like how they have been the last few years, just cannot seem to find anything to go their way. So here is Colorado in their offense. Shedeur Sanders at quarterback. He's got his running back Dylan Edwards to his right. Here is Sanders looking. That one's thrown way up in the air. It's caught. That was not even meant to be caught by Edwards, but it was. What a save on the play. And see, Sanders has his hand hit while throwing it. He throws it about as high as you could possibly throw a football, and Edwards comes down with it. Great play, as now we got a flag on the field. We've had a lot of them here today. and it's against the offense. It's a false start, and that is something Nebraska wanted. But again, this throw. What a throw. Just, I mean, the ability to just have it caught is just incredible, though. Incredible. Michael Irvin, of course, down there on the field, excited. Here we go. Here is the run by Dylan Edwards. He gets the first down. He breaks a couple of tackles. He's going down the sidelines. He gets to about the 30-yard line now, and Colorado is already in scoring position once again. And just, I mean, the defense of Nebraska here in this second half is just collapsing, folks. Like, they are just collapsing. Here is Shedeur Sanders looking, time, thrown, it's caught. That's Weaver to the 10. Another first down for Colorado. And, wow. It just goes through the defender's hands. Oh, my goodness, what a play. Colorado is in scoring position, folks, at the 11, I mean. Here's the run, Dylan Edwards. And he will get a few yards before being stopped. Second down now. And 6 to go for Colorado. 20-7. Clock just running a little bit. That is what you want to see is the clock run. Here's the snap. Sanders in zone and incomplete. And we got a flag. Sanders was looking for Travis Hunter, and it's probably a pass interference against Nebraska. Yep, pass interference against Nebraska. And it's going to be an automatic first down right here for Colorado. As just it definitely affected whether or not Travis Hunter could actually catch the football. So here we go. 20-7, Colorado with the lead. First and goal, 2:50 to go here in the third quarter. Here is Shedeur Sanders. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's looking. He's got some time. Now he's running out. He's looking in zone. That is, nearly caught by Hunter. He couldn't keep his hands on it. And then it was nearly intercepted. Just lucky right there if you are Colorado. Second and goal. And nice breakup right there by Newsome for Nebraska. Quentin Newsome. So here we go. Second and goal. Here's the run. And that probably picks up maybe a yard by Syvian Wilkerson. It's a third and goal now. What can Colorado do? Clock's just moving a little bit. And no need to have to be in a dramatic hurry if you are Colorado. And just a really great play game here in the second and third quarters for Colorado. First quarter was just not great for either offense. So here we go. Sanders dropping back, looking. He's going to be sacked. And that is fourth and goal. So Colorado is going to have to settle for a field goal. And Nebraska's defense holds and doesn't allow another touchdown. It's good for them. And really, the problem that I've seen is that Shedeur Sanders, he just holds onto the football a little too long. And now we got a 30-yard attempt coming from Jace Feely. And the kick is up and good. 23-7, Colorado has the lead. And very interesting right here. And so, minute 20 to go here in the third quarter, as just really interesting play. Xavier Weaver, though, really has had a good game so far here for Colorado. And so we're near the end of the third quarter, and once we get to the fourth, we'll see what Colorado is going to try to do. But Nebraska needs some points now. Nebraska needs to go down and score because they need some points for sure, because it's just been a rough game so far here for Nebraska. So 23-7, Colorado. There is the kickoff by Feely. And that one's just going to go back for a touchback. So 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. And it will be interesting for sure to see what Nebraska can do. So here we go. Jeff Sims is back out at quarterback. Just a rough game for him, but we'll see how he responds. Sims, he's got his running back to his back. And here is the handoff to Ramir Johnson. But another stop and play. It's another flag. And we'll see what this is. So false start, and it's against the offense. So Nebraska continues to shoot themselves in the foot. 1st and 15. So Colorado, has all the momentum because there's just not a lot of. This is just for Colorado, this game's just been too easy for them, I believe. So here we go, Nebraska. Here is Jeff Sims. He's going to take off. And he'll get the first down right there. So literally it just seems like the only thing good and positive Nebraska can do is let Jeff Sims run the football. So that's kind of sad, but it's kind of true at this moment. As we are under a minute here in the third quarter. And Jeff Sims, it's just been rough for him today. So here we go. Jeff Sims. He takes the snap. Looking. And he'll throw it. And that right there is Nate Borkircher, the tight end. As we are getting near the fourth quarter, clock's just continuing to tick away. 10 seconds to go in the third quarter. They line up as if they're going to run a play here in the third, but they have no time, and that is the end of the third quarter. Fourth quarter coming, as right now Colorado with all the momentum, 23-7. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is the fourth quarter, and Colorado 23-7. Be interesting to see. Can Nebraska get back into it, or has Colorado pretty much put an end to any hope that Nebraska has to come back? So here we go. Jeff Sims is under center. And here's the snap, handing it off to his running back. It's fumbled. That is a fumble. And it looks like it's Colorado football. Colorado's got the football. What a way to begin the fourth quarter. And we've got a flag on the play, but just that's devastating if you are a fan of Nebraska. Just devastating, folks. I mean, you couldn't be more like dissatisfied with your team. And it may be that it's an unsportsmanlike conduct against Colorado. But just Gabe Irvin couldn't handle it. And now Colorado just looks good. Colorado's defense just looks really good today. 23-7, and here is Shedeur Sanders. There's the handoff to the running back, Dylan Edwards, who we'll get back to about the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10. The clock just continues to roll as it's just been a bad day for Nebraska. And here is Shedeur Sanders. He got his running back to his left. He's got 4 out wide. And Sanders looking, throwing. That's Xavier Weaver. 1st down, Colorado. And it's just too easy so far right now at the moment for Colorado. I mean, just too easy here on offense. So here we go, Shedeur Sanders. They're just going to ease their way into the game. And here we go. There's a man in motion for Colorado and a flag. Be interesting to see what this penalty is. And looks like a false start on Colorado. So that's going to set them back a few yards. And it may have been with a man in motion. Not sure, but that's interesting. 23-7, Colorado with the lead. Here is Shedeur Sanders handing it off, and that's a few yards right there for Anthony Hankerson. Second and 13 now for Colorado. So we shall see what they do right here. 25 of 36 is Shedeur Sanders for 289 and 2 touchdowns. Sanders throwing. That is caught. And close for the 1st down is Jimmy Horn Jr. Be 3rd down now for Colorado. And another flag. Literally every single moment it feels like there's a flag on the play. So, I mean, kind of a sad reality for today's game, but it's just been so sloppy. And it's another offensive penalty. And So under 13 minutes to go now. Here in this game, 23-7, Colorado. Here is the snap. Shedeur Sanders looking, throwing, and that'll be caught by Jimmy Horn Jr. on 3rd and 16. But another flag on the play. And it's just flag after flag. This time on the defense, so it is declined right there. And so Colorado's going to continue going down the field. So 1st and 10, 12-18 to go in the game. 23-7 Colorado. Here is Shedeur Sanders taking the snap. He's looking, and that'll be caught right there. Is Xavier Weaver right there for the catch. And so not as quick pace as what we saw early in the game with their offense, but just kind of slowly just moving the football. So here is Shedeur Sanders handing it off to the running back. That is Hankerson. 1st down and a lot more right there for Colorado. Colorado just looks really good at the moment. So here is Sanders in the backfield. He's got his running back, and he fakes it to his running back. Now throwing out wide to Jimmy Horn Jr. Makes a man miss. He's running down the sideline, and that's a 1st down. And with 11 minutes to go, Colorado is looking really good. But Jimmy Horn Jr. looks to be hurt. And hopefully just a cramp right there, as he's able to get back on his feet. So, hopefully it's just a cramp. He'll hopefully be able to come back out on the field. So here we go. 1st and goal for Colorado. And here it comes. And just an easy touchdown right there. Man, what a play. Tarvarish Dawson. That's 6 for Colorado. It's like an end-around kind of jet sweep type of play right there for Colorado, and it's 29-7 now. He fakes the pitch and then just hands it off and gets it to Dawson. Easy touchdown. It is now 29-7 Colorado. As they now leave the offense out to go for 2. A little bit of a strange call here. Really not a point having to go for 2, I would think. But, that's just me. Sanders looking, moving around, dancing around the pocket, and he's somehow not down yet. Now throwing. It's caught. Hankerson for 2. Oh, my goodness. And that just sums up the whole day for Nebraska. They cannot get, besides that first quarter, they've not been able to get Shedeur Sanders. And Hankerson, he got the 2, but they're reviewing it, and they got a flag as well. And so they got the 2, and I believe that maybe just offsetting penalties possibly. But 31-7 Colorado. Did not expect when we put this game on that it would be a 31-7 Colorado near the end like, with just about 10 minutes to go. It looks like they may be reviewing this to see if it was really a catch for 2. Not completely sure. Very interesting, though. They are reviewing this to see if he did have control of the ball, but there's not a lot to really. I mean, here's a good look. I don't know if he caught that. I don't know, folks. Going to be interesting. Going to be very interesting indeed what the referees end up calling here. It looks like it drops to the ground before he gains control. So it'll be interesting to see. 10:45 to go in the fourth quarter right now. And we are just waiting to see. Colorado fans excited. Their team potentially going 2-0 to open the season. I mean, that's an incredible start to the season. And okay, so they reversed it. The 2-point is no good for Colorado. So it is 29-7. But it was a good try and a good effort there for Colorado. As right now they lead 29-7. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. Welcome back to Boulder, Colorado, is where the game is being played. The Buffaloes up 29-7. So, very interesting game here so far today. As here we go, Nebraska Going to be interesting. Can they actually get a little something going here? Down 22 points. So they need 3 touchdowns to get back into it with 10:45, and I'm not sure if they can do that. So there's a kick, and that'll go back to the end zone for a touchback. So Jeff Sims will probably come out to play quarterback. Of course, Colorado's offense has played great here today. Really, the difference is that Colorado, their offense has been clicking since the second quarter. Nebraska just hasn't been able to do anything all day. And it is just a sad reality for Nebraska that, I mean, it is just a second game, but this is just sad watching Nebraska play. So, I mean, don't know what else to say. But here is Jeff Sims, who is 9 for 14 for 106 yards and an interception. Here we go. Sims, little option style play to Ramir Johnson. And he'll pick up a few yards right there. Nearly a first down if you're Nebraska. So you could use a touchdown here. And maybe it's just that you kind of realize you're fixing to lose the game. So maybe it is more or less that you're trying to just get some momentum going into next week. So here we go. Here is the handoff to Ramir Johnson, and that'll be a first down. Carry for a few yards right there for Nebraska. 29-7, 10 minutes to go here in the game. Jeff Sims, he's got his running back to his left. Sims looking to throw. He's going to take off with it, and he will gain a few yards right there. Just trying to make a little something happen. 2nd and 6. So here we go. Jeff Sims, guys running back behind him. That's Ramir Johnson. He fakes it to him. Sims looking, rolling, now throwing, and that's just thrown into the stands. And Jeff Sims is slow to get up as he's probably going to have to come out. He has got an ankle injury, and this is not good for Jeff Sims. So just trying to roll, and his leg just got rolled up on into an awkward position. And now getting ready to come out is the backup, Heinrich Harburg. So we'll be right back in a minute to see what Nebraska can do from here. All right, everybody. So the game is still at a break. Let me take you back to commercial break, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. 29-7. As right now, Henrich Harburg is getting ready to go in for Jeff Sims. And here we go. Henrich Harburg gets a first down running on his first play on a 3rd and 6. So that's a first down for Nebraska. So the clock just continues to roll a little bit as they continue to work on Jeff Sims. So here we go. Harburg from about the 46. It's a handoff right there. And that's Gabe Irvin getting about a yard. So looks like Jeff Sims may be ready to go back in here in a minute. But at this point, I wonder if they, with it being a 22-point game like this, if they should just stick with the backup for the remainder of the game. But we'll just see what they do. Harburg, he's got his running back to his left. And he fakes it to him. Here we go. Here's his first chance to throw it. Looking deep and way overshot Kemp. It's going to be 3rd and 9. So here we go. Looks like Jeff Sims is going to get a chance to come back in the game. And I wonder why you would go ahead, and I wonder why you wouldn't just leave the backup in the game just because of where you're at in this game. But they're okay. So they're actually putting Chuba Purdy into the game. So here we go. Let's see what he can do for Nebraska. It's a 3rd and 9. And here we go. And Chuba Purdy is the younger brother of 49ers starting quarterback Brock Purdy. So if you've heard the Purdy name, that's where it comes from. So here we go. Chuba Purdy. He's got a couple of receivers out, and he's got his running back to his left. Purdy looking to throw, and that one was tipped, and it was incomplete. So 4th and 9 now, as it looks like they may just punt the football back to Colorado. 8:02 to go. And actually, they're putting Harburg back in the game. Interesting. So 4th and 9 here. 29-7 Colorado. And Colorado just having their way with Nebraska. So they're going for it here on 4th down. Here is Harburg. He takes the snap. He's looking and throwing, and that's just incomplete. He just got hit, and it's going to be Colorado football. So 29-7. And really, at this point, Colorado will probably, you're up 22 points. Probably just want to just go ahead and run this football and just run the clock out as much as you can, because this is pretty much over. 29-7. Nebraska just still cannot just get something going. As it looks like they're going to go to break, we're going to take it with them. We'll be right back. And welcome back. 29-7. Colorado leading Nebraska. Colorado's getting the football. So I will say expect them to probably move up a little bit in the rankings from 22 to probably somewhere a little higher now, because that's just what happens here in college football. So we will see. But let's go back to another commercial break and we'll be right back. All right, here we go. Shedeur Sanders and the Colorado offense is back out there. 29-7. Wonder how long he may stay out there. 7:57 to go here in the fourth quarter. As here is the run play right there, and that is Dylan Edwards. He gets a few yards. So Colorado most likely not going to be in a huge hurry. Just let the clock kind of bleed a little bit. 2nd and 6. Only the 8th carry today for Edwards. 55 yards on those 8 carries. So here we go. 2nd and 6. Here is Shedeur Sanders handing it off to Dylan Edwards. He gets about a yard. And that'll be all. So it'll be 3rd down here. As it looks like they've got an injured offensive lineman out there for Colorado. So that looks like it was not sure. Yeah, that was Van Wells right there who is hurt. So they're getting a backup ready to go. So it's 3rd and 6 here for Colorado. 29-7 in this game so far. Here we go. Here's the snap. Sanders throwing. That is a catch for Weaver. Weaver gets away. Weaver down the field. He is got a first down and nearly a 1st and goal. What a play there for Weaver. Didn't exactly need it, but you know what? Colorado will definitely take that right there as they are again in scoring position. Great play. 29-7. Xavier Weaver, 10th catch for 171 yards. Sanders looking. He's dropped. Be 2nd down now for Colorado. Nebraska just having a tough day. Sanders, 30 of 41 for 378 and 2 touchdowns. Still wondering how long they'll leave him out there. The clock continues to move. Under 5. So we got 5:40 to go. 2nd and 20 now. Here's Sanders dropping back, moving around the pocket, looking, throwing. That is caught. That's Michael Harrison, the tight end for Colorado. It's going to be 3rd down, but a great catch right there. So They don't have to be in an incredible rush right now. Just kind of ease into the play. Sanders 31 of 42. 29-7 is your score so far. As here we go. Sanders, he's looking. Dancing around. He's going to run. He is in. Touchdown, Colorado. 35-7. As they add on, and it's a Shedeur Sanders touchdown, fixing to be 36-7 after the extra point. But a great game here from Colorado. And Shedeur Sanders, great game here today as he gets a rushing touchdown. So here is the extra point. It is up and it is good. 36-7. Colorado with the lead. Shedeur Sanders diving his way into the end zone for a Colorado touchdown. And Colorado just looks to be cruising their way to a 2-0 record. All right, everybody. A few minutes left in the game. Colorado 36, Nebraska 7. And somehow, folks, I don't understand how this happens, but every game I've chose to do so far has been not even close. So, I mean, Colorado's fixing to move to 2-0. Nebraska's going to move to 0-2. As with 4:54, let's see if Nebraska, if Jeff Sims is coming back out or if they're just going to bring the backup back in. As there is the kick, and that'll just go back for a touchback. 4:54 to go, and Nebraska's offense is back out, but Shedeur Sanders today. Great game again today, as was last week, and he just has found ways to help his team win a game. Early, it was not pretty for Colorado, but the later it got here in the game, the better they played. And Colorado's up 36-7. So we shall see how Nebraska does here on offense as they're sending Harburg back in the game. Here is the carry by Ramir Johnson, who's going to get a first down. So Clock continues to move. And Colorado, pretty confident they've won the game. Rightfully so. I mean, 36-7 is here's Harburg. Gonna throw. And that's incomplete. Looking for Ramir Johnson. That'll stop the clock with 4:25 to go. And Colorado up 36-7, just trying to get out of here after, up with the 29-point lead here. Nebraska just going and just running their offense, just, taking their time. As here's the snap for Harburg. It's a handoff to Ramir Johnson. He's going nowhere. Right behind the line of scrimmage right there. It's now 3rd down. Hawkins with the play for Colorado. 3rd and 11 now for Nebraska. As the clock continues to move. Colorado up 29. Here is Nebraska. Of course, 3rd and 11. Harburg giving out the signals to his team. He's got Ramir Johnson to his left. Harburg takes the snap. He's looking, throwing. That is caught. Not enough for the first down, though. That right there was right there with that play being made is Thomas Fidone. Here we go. 4th and 1. Nebraska staying out on the field to take the snap. And that is not going anywhere. And that is close. They may review this. But it should be Colorado football. 3:16 to go. And clearly short. It's Colorado football. They tried to run it on 4th down and didn't get it. And here comes Colorado's offense. As that pretty much puts the icing on the cake. Colorado is about to go 2-0. Nebraska is about to go 0-2. So here we go. It's the backup quarterback for Nebraska, Ryan Staub. So here we go. What will he do? 1st and 10 with 3:16 to go. Here's the snap, handing it off to the running back right there. And only gets a few yards. So it'll be 2nd down. And the thing with Colorado is they only know how to go fast. So here's Staub throwing it out wide to his receiver. That's a 1st down. And just a great game here today. Colorado's got Colorado State next week at home. Then they've got at Oregon, then against USC. Then they've got at Arizona State and then Stanford. That's their next 5 games, folks. That Oregon and USC, that's going to be big for Colorado because people want to say they're back. Well, that's going to have to be the big challenge there if you're Colorado. So here we go. Here's the snap and the carry right there for a few yards. And as we get to 2:15 to go in the game, Colorado in their own way finding ways to just run the clock. 2 minutes to go here in the game. Ryan Staub throwing, and that's incomplete. 2 minutes to go. And it's 2nd and 10. Just a pass that was way behind his receiver. Right there. So Deion Sanders in the FBS is going to go 2-0. Just impressive if you're Colorado. So here's the snap. Ryan Staub looking, and he fumbled the football, and Nebraska's got it. And it'll be Nebraska football with 1:52 to go. 36-7. And a little bit too late there for that Nebraska defense. But, I mean, just get a play when you can. So, we will see what Nebraska can do in this next minute 52 as it's Harburg back out at quarterback. 36-7. Colorado is here's Harburg looking, throwing, and that's incomplete. And just a miss right there. Looking for Washington. Just a miss. 2nd and 10 with 1:46 to go. And so, of course, like I said, the next week's game, we will announce that closer to time. Tuesday is when we'll put it out on the community post. Wednesday, we'll chat a little bit about it on College Football Wraparound. Of course, also, you can find the Wednesday night editions of College Football Wraparound over on podcast, searching for College Football Wraparound. Here is Harburg, and he gets a few yards running right there. So, 3rd and 3 now, as the clock will just move a little bit. Nebraska just trying to make as much out of these last few minutes as they can. Here's Harburg handing it off. Here's the run by Ramir Johnson getting up the field. Ramir Johnson, and a nice play as they are in scoring territory. That's going to be 1st and goal for the Cornhuskers. But again, a little bit too late. But we will see. Harburg. The clock continues to move. Here's the snap. Harburg handing it off to Ramir Johnson. And he'll just get about a yard to get to about the 5. 2nd and goal. So only one play possibly left. And that'll pretty much do it here in Boulder. 40 seconds to go. Here is Harburg. Takes the snap, handing it off to Ramir Johnson, and he's brought down. 3rd and goal. As that Nebraska offense will just stay out, looks like. Clock just ticking, 20 seconds to go. Matt Rule just trying to just work with his players a little bit. 3rd and goal here. As this is the last play. Harburg looking, end zone. That's caught. Touchdown, Nebraska with 1 second to go. And it is 36-13 now. As it looks like they'll get an extra point. And that is pretty much the end of the game. 36-13, Colorado up right at the moment. 1 second to go. As here it comes an extra point for Nebraska. And clean snap. And the kick is good. 36-14. As we got 1 second, so probably going to have a kickoff. And Colorado will most likely bring it out and just end the game. Or it could be a onside kick. Who knows what Nebraska has up their sleeve. 36-14, Colorado with the lead. And Nebraska just a tough game for them. As not sure what is going on. They have fans ready to storm the field a little prematurely. And a little confusing as to what is going on the field. And there's still 1 second. Not sure if they're going to call it yet. And very confusing scene here. But it looks like they do have to get the play off. There is 1 second. So they do have to get that last play off. So they just ended the game here. 36-14. The fans are storming the field. Very confusing scene here at the end, but that is going to do it. 36-14. Colorado is winners of this game. Thanks for watching, and we will see you again later for some more college football here on Saber Broadcast Network. Goodbye, everybody.